Chapter 31. What happened? Please come in. Izuku followed the invitation and stepped into the staff cabinet room turned temporary interrogation chamber, or at least that was what it felt like to him while facing Detective Tsukachi and another police officer from across the table. He was already drawing on the calm mind as much as he dared to, not wanting to appear odd. The story of how the events at USJ happened and how he felt about them was clear in his mind, and the rest of the world didn't exist except for the two men in front of him. He sat down, maintaining a neutral expression. The police officer started a voice recorder. "Please state your name," Tsukachi said. "Izuku Midoriya. You were one of the Class 1A students present during the USJ incident?" "Yes." "Please describe in your own words what happened from the beginning." Thankfully, the events had been set so that Izuku didn't really need to lie about his actions, just his surprise and some of his feelings of the situations, and even those were dominated by genuine fear he had felt for his friend. He both naturally and purposefully let that come through in his description to cover his other feelings. "Midoriya, I am not sure if you have noticed, but during this whole discussion you have not expressed feeling any fear for your own safety. Were you not afraid with actual villains trying to kill you?" "It was a shock at first, but I didn't have time to fear for myself." "Only others?" "Yes. You were focused on their safety, not your own. Was that your main focus while fighting?" "Yes." "Why are you asking about this? Are you aware of the level of injuries you inflicted?" "Yes." In other areas, the villains suffered severe frostbites and dangerous levels of electric shocks, but the Storm Dome where you fought had by far the most severely injured villains with burns, piercing wounds from shrapnel, and broken bones. It is a miracle none of them seemed to be in danger of dying anymore. They tried to kill Toshi and Tokoyami. They are lucky they failed. "Why is that?" "Because I would have killed." Izuku paused. With the calm mind, there hadn't been the emotions that would have usually stopped him from blurting out the words. "You would have killed them?" Tsukachi asked and discreetly slid his hand forward on the table to touch Izuku's. It was too late to make up a different response. "Probably," he responded truthfully. "There have been a couple of times my friends have been threatened or in danger. Those times are a bit of a haze, but I know I would kill to keep them safe, and they know that much. At USJ I had enough time to aim in front of the attackers and not at them with my explosive attacks to not kill them, but I wouldn't risk Hitoshi's safety to spare the villains from the shrapnel. It stopped most of them at once." "And the one whose quirk you took?" The words didn't hold any more judgment than the previous comments on the violence Izuku had inflicted on the villains, but the other police officer seemed tenser and stared at Izuku more constantly. "I barely stopped him from decapitating Tokoyami. Then he tried to kill Hitoshi. I was too slow. The only way I could have stopped him in time was to aim to kill, and that time Dark Shadow was faster, but the villain could still have gotten back into the air, so I stopped him and took his quirk." "Do you intend to return the quirk?"
No.
"Do you have any more questions about what actually happened there? Did you notice anything odd or specific about any of the villains?" "Mostly I was surprised we could beat them relatively easily, and I mean the whole class. They or someone leading them was good enough to trap us in the dome, but most of the villains were out of their league against fresh high school students. There only seemed to be like two really dangerous ones, besides the creature that fought All Might. The leader and the one with the teleportation quirk. You and your classmates also fought impressively. I think we are done here. Do you have any questions? Have you arrested Bakugo yet?" "No, he is still missing, though the city has had a number of noise complaints about explosion-like sounds." "It's him. His quirk is as loud as himself," Izuku said, squeezing his hand in a fist. "What was the firecracker doing?" "A book hit the wall hard enough to crack it. It was one of the books Katsuki had gotten for UA, Laws of Heroism, or something else stupid. Now it was just a reminder of the shitty situation he was in. All because of that Deku villain. It was bad enough that that rich bastard bought out the school and got him expelled. Now he might get imprisoned. And for what? For keeping that Deku in his proper place when no one else would? He was the one who had stolen Katsuki's quirk twice and was still trying to do so. He doesn't have an option." The old hag shouted downstairs. "If he doesn't give up his quirk, he is going to prison. He won't have much use for it there, and our family will be ruined even after he gets out. Whenever that might be. He couldn't even count on his own mother. For all the attitude she always gave him, she was just going to bow down to Deka's demands. How could we fail so badly at raising him? Despite everything Midoriya is doing, he is right about that. How did Katsuki end up like this? Katsuki gritted his teeth. His mother wasn't just bowing down to Deku, but taking his side. Still fuming, Katsuki looked for something to destroy, but his eyes kept returning to the news stream about what had happened earlier that afternoon. UA Hero class had been attacked by villains. His class had been attacked by villains. He was supposed to be there beating up real villains. Taking out a bunch of villains on his first week at hero school would have showed everyone what he was capable of. Paved his way to greatness faster. And Deku had taken that from him too. Small explosions crackled on both of his palms. He wanted to destroy something, preferably something with white hair. The deadline is today. We have to tell them we agree. I know he doesn't want it, but after how he has acted, maybe being quirkless shocks him to a better path. His quirk is what this all started with. Maybe not having it is better for him. Like hell it was. No one was going to take Katsuki's quirk, again, and live. His parents could die, and go to hell for all he cared if they thought he was going to hand everything over to Deku. He was already strong enough to be a hero. He didn't need them. Katsuki left his room, being quiet for the first time since waking up, and sneaked into his parents' bedroom. It only took a few seconds to get the cash stash the old hag kept there. He had already packed everything else into his backpack. He pushed open the window. For someone like him, it didn't matter it was on the second floor. Even if he couldn't use explosions to fly off, because of the noise it was effortless for him to just slide down a drain pipe. He ran off the lot and behind a corner faster than his parents could walk up the stairs. Then he walked. He would have loved to walk straight to the Deka's house and blow it up, but he didn't know where it was. At school, he hadn't exactly cared about where that villain lived. All he knew was Some. That engine for Brain had mentioned going there with Deku, so he lived somewhere in that region. Still, Katsuki wasn't going to just walk around hoping to randomly run into that bastard. That engine for Brain's friend of Deka's would be easier to find, being from a famous hero family and all. Still a headache. Family of pro heroes could be a bit much even for Katsuki, for the moment. He'd need to keep up his training. He'd be stronger than any of the extras that stayed at UA. First, he needed a place to stay somewhere his parents wouldn't find him, also cheap. The money he took wouldn't last long if he didn't acquire more and use it sparingly. So he kept walking towards the poorest and shadiest part of the city. Soon the sun was going down and the surrounding buildings cast long shadows over him. He noticed several people sitting on the sides of the road or walking shakily, probably on something. A woman walked across the street quickly, looking around every few seconds. Katsuki strutted down the street like he owned the place, only dreaming about someone trying to mess with him. He should have been there as a hero, making villains terrified just by walking by. A shadow moved next to him. "Hey, if you don't want to get hurt, give." He yelped when Katsuki caught him by surprise by grabbing the wrist of the knife hand. A single yank pulled the fish-faced guy off balance and brought his face straight into a meeting with Katsuki's other fist. The knife clinked against the asphalt of the street. A mere moment later, a larger thump followed. Katsuki pressed his foot on the worthless loser's chest and shook his hands in disgust to get rid of slime sticking to them. Damn mutant. Even quirkless losers at least aren't physically revolting. The fishman tried to get up to lunge at Katsuki, who kicked him in the head, knocking out the would-be robber with no real effort. He hadn't even needed to use his quirk to deal with the slimy villain at least as fast as pro heroes. Katsuki grinned. It was a grin that would make parents usher their kids away, but a grin nonetheless. They thought he needed to rot 3 years in some hero kindergarten to beat up villains and be a hero. He'd show them. He'd show them all by beating so many villains the heroes of the city would be left out of work. UA would regret kicking him out when he became the #1 without them, and then he would crush that insignificant bug Deku who dared to get in his way. With the media now properly aware of that quirk-stealing villain, everyone would know who was the villain and who was the hero. Katsuki's stomach rumbled. He'd still have to feed himself until people recognized his greatness. He looked down towards the still unconscious fishman and his slightly bulging pocket. He crouched down to take the would-be robber's wallet. "You tried to rob me, so it's only fair you compensate me, wouldn't you say? Who better to pay for the hero's work than the villains?" The wallet had a bunch of cash and a ring, probably stolen from some weakling who couldn't take care of themselves. Katsuki dropped the wallet and started counting the money. A photograph slipped from between the bills. It was of some little fish girl, who was probably smiling. It was hard to say with a face like that. Katsuki tossed the picture away from his money. Just mutants robbing people to breed more mutants. He glanced down at the fishman. He couldn't just call the police and hand him over. The old hag had probably already sent them after Katsuki. Still, the fishman would just go rob some weakling if Katsuki left him here. He raised his foot and slammed it down on the scaly wrist, breaking it. The unconscious fishman jolted, but was still out cold. Bakugo repeated the same for the other wrist. Let's see you use a knife now. He walked away, looking for more villains and a dry place to eat at as rain clouds rolled over the city and the unconscious villain. He'd probably be fine. Why would a fish mind some rain? Chapter 32. Everyone is preparing. Good. I can feel your anger. I am defenseless. Take your quirk. Strike me down with all your hatred. Izuku tried to imagine intending to kill his father while drawing out as much of the killing intent quirk's power as he could, but it was difficult since he didn't really harbor any hatred for his father, let alone enough to want to kill him. Is that all the hatred you can feel? Do I have to bring Inko into this again? Don't you dare. Izuku shouted. His father shook for just an instant. Good. I could really feel that. I wonder how you would react to me mentioning someone else, or specifically two people who are actually still alive, for now. Dad! Izuku shouted and lit a dragon blade on one of his hands. His father took a step back, a first as far as Izuku remembered, and they ended up in a standstill staring at each other, as much as his father could stare without eyes, that is. It lasted until his father burst out in laughter. Good, Izuku, good. Let the hate flow through you. It will make your quirk stronger. If you can impact me here, enemies on the battlefield will freeze in terror in front of you. I thought I was supposed to learn how to control the quirk to suppress it. The control that allows you to draw out its full power is the same control you need to suppress it or control it, so that people don't even realize you are using a quirk on them. That makes sense, but are you sure we should be spending this much time on it? I am still struggling with the jets, and I can't use them at the sport festival if I just fly out of bounds. Winning at the festival is a secondary goal. You have dedicated much time to the skills and quirks you can use in public as Izuku Midoriya, but you must be able to also act in the shadows as Shirakuro. Do not forget you are at UA to gather information. I know. I found out where the Nomu is being held, didn't I? But the Nomu is still being held there. I'm going to get it out on Monday when they try to move it. Good. Then if that's settled, let's focus back on the training so you will be ready for that mission. Now, think about killing me. Make me really feel that bloodlust. Would be a shame if I had to drag some random criminal from the streets to play with you again to bring it out. Izuku gritted his teeth. Good. I can feel your anger, his father said. Unless you activated the quirk by accident. Izuku drew a deep breath. It was going to be a long evening. At least the weekend was starting, so it was his turn to be the slave driver and go for a swim. Izuku's toes brushed against the water as he wavered from side to side, but he managed to stay somewhat upright without dipping fully into the water below him, gliding forward using his jets as Tenya ran to keep up with him along the beach. Okay, are you ready to turn? Tenya called out. As ready as I'm going to be. Remember to adjust for the change in balance when you turn to maintain your momentum. It was easier said than done. The rapid changes in momentum and balance took all of Izuku's concentration to even hope to adjust to. He was tempted to tap into the calm mind, but it was dangerous with Tenya and Hitoshi present to notice odd behaviors, and he didn't want to depend on the quirk. He turned his upper body, redirecting the jets. He could feel his center of gravity shift. He bent back to counter it. The move messed up his direction of thrust. Suddenly, the surface of the water was right in front of his eyes. There was a loud splash. Izuku sighed while still underwater, producing bubbles before he turned upright and brought his head over the surface. He was still blinking water out of his eyes when there was another splash nearby. Both Hitoshi and Kirishima scrambled to get back, standing up in their shallower water. Toshi! Izuku called out while wading towards them. Did you finally take him down without your quirk? I wouldn't call that taking him down, Hitoshi responded. More like falling together. Still better than you did last weekend. All you needed was to make sure you land on top and keep him down until he fainted from the lack of oxygen. Both Hitoshi and Kirishima stared at him for a long time in silence. If it was a real fight, I mean. Right, heh? You, on the other hand, Izuku said, interrupting Kirishima. You are still physically much stronger than Toshi. Even if you both fell down and even if he was on top of you, you should have been able to turn the tables before running out of air even without your quirk. Wasn't the fight over already, though? If you think a fight is over before you win, you have already lost. Maybe I should get a notebook too, Hitoshi said, for all the Izuku proverbs and motivational speeches. You can have one of my empty ones, Izuku said. They're on one of the lower shelves in the library. Oh, thanks, Hitoshi answered with a blatant lack of seriousness. Try to keep over the surface, Izuku said and turned to leave them. Right back at you. Izuku smiled as he waded back towards the beach and Tenya. As he approached, he flared his jets enough to lift him out of the water. He couldn't fly properly yet, but he was more than capable of jumping, even with some extra kick to make it an inhumanly long leap. Seconds later, his feet sunk into soft sand as his legs flexed to absorb the impact. There wasn't even the tiniest waver as he landed and stood back up. At least his balance was fine. It was just adjusting to the new quirk that was the problem. He faced Tenya. So how did it look to you? It seemed fine at first. You were able to redirect yourself, and as far as I could tell, you were balancing quite well against the initial change in direction, but you had to move to do that, so there was a change you also would have had to counter. But that, thinking like that, it could go around forever. Balancing change from trying to balance other change, and the quirk itself doesn't offer much help for that. I can't change their direction enough to have much control. I'm starting to see why the villain used a wingsuit. I might have to rethink my hero costume. I'm already planning modifications to use these jets without ripping it apart. Still, that way would be too limiting for battle. Do you have any other suggestions to improve this training? I'm afraid I'm out of ideas. Our trainings have similar needs, but the quirks are really quite different. Even though my engines can provide thrust somewhat similarly, having them on my legs is quite different from your jets. There is only one other thing I can think of. Izuku's head perked up. My brother's quirk is much more similar to your jets, and he has had his own problems with changing directions at high speed. He has a free evening on Monday and wanted to see how my training has gone. He has said he'd like to meet you too, so we could see if he can help you. That would be great, but I can't on Monday, Izuku responded. He forced a wide smile on his face while locking away the voice screaming liar in his head. Dad is flying in briefly during a business trip, so we are going to spend the evening in Tokyo together. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. You shouldn't worry about training during that time then. Tensei is also usually busy, but I'm sure you can meet eventually. I think he is planning to have a short vacation after the sports festival. Yes, we should set up something. I don't think I'm going to be able to use this at the festival anyway, or at least not much. I doubt that. You have a tendency to surprise people, especially when it comes to quirks, Tenya said. Him and Hitoshi really had too much confidence in Izuku, especially in other matters. Izuku didn't respond but simply stood there looking as Kirishima pulled Hitoshi almost all the way out of the water before slamming him down again. It was a welcome challenge for Hitoshi, but if Kirishima kept dominating this much, they'd have to adjust the training. When he avoided Hitoshi's brainwashing, the redhead, despite also not using his own quirk, had proven to be even tougher for Hitoshi to beat than Izuku had estimated. I'm not sure if you have noticed, Tenya said, but you have seemed more relaxed and natural with Kirishima around than last week. Have I? Absolutely. I know it wasn't the easiest thing for you, but look at what happened when you gave someone a chance. One person. I hope it's only the first of many. Well, actually more like the third, sixth, seventh. Maybe, Izuku corrected, rather than try to counter Tenya's point. Does that include your parents? Yes. You should know I and Hitoshi plan to grow that number further. Izuku wasn't sure how to respond, but he had to stomp out and bury alive the same voice that previously called him a liar. He swallowed before speaking. You've spent the whole afternoon helping my training. We should do something to help you too. Perhaps get some more sparring in. Are you sure? You just said you were worried about being able to use the quirk for the festival. I'll see if I can get some use in during training. I think that is better for the festival than trying to master flying. Izuku stepped back into the water. He was doomed to fail their confidence in everything else eventually, but not necessarily in preparing them for whatever might come. Izuku glanced back as Tenya followed him into the water. Not all evenings could be about training for festivals at the beach. The next day was Monday. Izuku dropped off Hitoshi and Tenya at their homes and only came home long enough to change clothes from his school uniform to regular civilian clothes, perfect for an evening in the city. There were 100 things he still wanted to check or go through, so driving all the way to Tokyo felt like a waste of time, even if he knew it was important to keep his cover. He could only focus on preventing his anxiety from showing too much in the presence of the driver. I see you are excited to see your father again. Well, that had been a failure. Yes, Izuku responded briefly before realizing brief and antisocial didn't fit the situation he was supposed to be in. It's been too long. Hard to imagine, but I wasn't even at UA when he came home last time. I hope you enjoy the evening. It's definitely going to be special, Izuku said and turned to look out of the window, hoping the driver would get the message. Thankfully, he was mostly quiet for the rest of the drive, until stopping at the center of Tokyo in front of a bank with plenty of surveillance cameras. The spot wasn't an accident. I'll call you when I'm ready to go back, Izuku said and dropped a bunch of cash on the front seat. It could be late, so try to enjoy the evening yourself. Of course, Midoriya-san. Izuku got out and briefly stretched out his arms in front of the bank before walking down the street and, once out of the sight of spying optics, headed to a nearby parking garage. With a tap of a button in his wristwatch, a dark warp gate appeared in a prearranged dark corner of the space, and he stepped through. Arriving back at his usual training hall with his father and Kurogiri waiting, he couldn't help but feel he had just wasted a ton of time, even if it had been necessary. Hello, son. I'm home. How have you been? Better after the mission is done, Izuku responded as Kurogiri handed him the suitcase with his villain costume. Izuku gave the Nomu his first genuine smile of the evening. Are you ready for this? Yes, young Shigaraki. I will complete my part of the mission as you command. Just make sure to stay safe. I'm not willing to lose you for that, Nomu. I will remain safe as long as your safety does not require otherwise. Izuku blinked and glanced at his father. Did Kurogiri just say he'd disobey him? Father, too, had tilted his head towards the misty Nomu. Son, you should go change. It's almost time. Right? Izuku nodded, glancing at Kurogiri one more time before going. He never wanted to control Kurogiri, so he wasn't very bothered by it, but it was still surprising. In the dressing room, he changed his clothes and held up his helmet. Completely covering his face was such a blessing and letting him be Shirakuro. No need to worry about what sorts of facial expressions he might make during villain work, but it also made him look like a completely different person. A person that Hitoshi, Tenya, and their classmates would either fear or hate, probably both. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if Shirakuro would suffer nightmares from everything that had happened to him. He blinked at the strange notion and shook his head, pulling himself back to reality. He put the helmet on. Chapter 33. Shirakuro's Debut. Izuku crouched on a rooftop with Shirakuro's helmet on and looked down at the villain hospital some distance away. The night vision made the building much clearer, and the lights of the arriving vehicles were especially easy to distinguish. A heavy door covering the entry of a loading bay opened for the approaching police van. Izuku tapped a button on the helmet to measure distance before the door closed after the van. I got your coordinates, Izuku said as he backed away from the roof edge and stood up next to Kurogiri, who had silently stood behind him. I am ready, young Shigaraki. Wait 15 more seconds. They aren't going to waste any time loading up the Nomu, but we want it in the bay. Understood. Izuku stayed quiet for a few seconds. Have we considered everything? He asked. You have prepared this mission with great care and consideration. As long as you maintain your concentration on the mission, I have no doubt of your success. Our success, Izuku corrected. It is time. With those words, several warp gates opened on the street outside the villain hospital, releasing lighter-colored low-tier Nomus like those Izuku had trained against for months, though with these he did not know who they had been before. The thought alone made him draw a deep breath through his gas filters. Try to bring them all back alive when we are done. Dad might be willing to sacrifice them all for the one high end. But I'm not. They still were people, Izuku said as another warp gate opened in front of him. Kurogiri did not say a word as Izuku stepped through. He emerged from the dark mist in the loading bay to face half a dozen pistols pointed at him. The guns gave Izuku a pause, even knowing they probably couldn't kill him, even if they emptied their magazines on him. He reminded himself of that fact and steeled his resolve. The killing intent quirk burst from within as he took a step forward, seemingly unconcerned about the police officers between him and the parked van. 3 of them stepped backwards, and everyone's aim got a little unsteady. "Greetings," Izuku said through the voice changer, and pointed at the Nomu that was already in the van, trapped inside some metal contraption covering all but its head. "I have come to pick up my friend here. Shall we do this the easy way where you step out of the way, or the hard way where I leave behind 6 corpses?" Izuku had kept walking closer to the open back of the van, and now only one exceptionally brave man was standing between him and the Nomu, visibly shaking but refusing to move. Izuku took the risk and, acting with all the confidence he could muster, reached out to grab the gun in the man's hand. The man didn't pull the trigger, just stood and shook. Izuku activated the vibration quirk, and the gun shattered as every part shook itself apart from the others. The shock made the man drop the remains of the gun, leaving him unarmed. In panic, he slashed out with a straight punch. Izuku dodged, grabbed the man's arm, and with a yank switched their places, bringing the man between himself and the rest of the police, who were a little firmer with their hold of their guns now with a colleague in danger. Izuku grabbed the back to his new hostage's neck. "Drop your weapons, unless you would like to see how my quirk works on his internal organs." The man collapsed on the floor as he fainted, and a distinct stink rose from his wet pants. This surprised even Izuku. He had only gotten to test the killing intent on his father, who wasn't easy to phase. 3 of the other 5 police officers inched closer, guns up now that their colleague wasn't in the way. Izuku could appreciate their bravery to resist the killing intent and the threat he had already shown himself to pose to them. That kind of people should have been the ones to go to hero schools. Still, he had a mission. "Nomu, free yourself." The Nomu responded with a loud screech, and then the metal cocoon holding it shattered in 2 with enough force to bend the sides of the van. The 3 police finally opened fire, but by the time their fingers moved against the triggers, the Nomu was already in front of Izuku, instinctually protecting him. The bullets did nothing to its dark skin. Once they realized this and stopped shooting, Izuku stepped next to the Nomu to face the remaining police officers, with the Nomu standing over him. "You should already know this, but this Nomu was enough to push All Might's limits. How do you feel about your chances?" He paused for a few seconds. The 3 police in front of him dropped their guns and stepped out of the way. The other 2 were already out of the way, sitting on the floor to the sides. "Well, we'll be going now." Onkei, a warp gate opened where he had first entered. "Nomu, go through the warp gate." The Nomu did as ordered and walked ahead of Izuku into the gate. As soon as it was completely in, there was a quick swish. Izuku turned to respond, but he was looking for the 3 police that had opposed him, not the 2 that had collapsed on the floor. A loud bang reverberated throughout the space. Izuku's whole body shook and tensed from the impact. "Shit," was all he could say as he stumbled through the warp gate and barely balanced on the other side to stay on his feet. "Young Shigaraki, are you okay?" "I got careless," Izuku hissed. "They shot me." "Wait." There was a quiet plop and a cling as the bullet joined a puddle of blood on the rooftop. Izuku could immediately breathe a little easier. "Did you not intend to take a hostage to avoid violence?" Kurogiri asked. "I did." He collapsed. "From fear, I think." Izuku drew a deep breath. "How about the other Nomus? Seems 2 of the 4 have been restrained and I cannot safely transport them. 2 others are fighting but damaged. There are some heroes down there. We should leave." "No." Izuku cleaned and held open his hand. "Paper." A warp gate opened and Kurogiri pulled a pile of hand paper from wherever he had been keeping it. Izuku pressed the whole pile against his side to wipe and absorb what blood he had had time to bleed. He didn't want to leave any of it behind for the police to analyze. His black costume barely showed the taint around the little hole where the bullet had entered. Izuku kept talking as he did this. "I said I don't want to leave any of them behind. Did you recognize any of the heroes?" Yes, Kurogiri said. Who? Izuku asked, worried what the answer was. Kemui Woods and Death Arms. Izuku stared into the empty air for several seconds as the names sunk in. The video still stored in his phone rose into his mind from the dark corner. It was held in his memories. Drop me and the Nomu behind Death Arms. It was an order, more so than almost anything he had ever said to Kurogiri. Understood. A warp gate opened under Izuku's feet much like at the USJ, and he fell through. Right away his head passed that of Death Arms as he fell behind the man. Izuku's hand swung to touch the so-called hero's head before his feet even touched the ground. Even if the darkest corners of his mind would have disagreed, he didn't want to kill Death Arms, at least not there. He needed him alive. That didn't mean he was above risking injury to the failed hero. For a fraction of a second, he unleashed the vibration quirk, controlling its power to the best of his ability. There was no sound as he nimbly landed on his feet, followed by a loud crack when the Nomu landed next to him, cracking some asphalt. Finally, there was an audible thump as Death Arms collapsed on the ground. At that point they had been seen. Kemui Wood spun around, seemingly not bothered by the limited amount of killing intent Izuku let out. His wooden arm extended at high speed to grab either Izuku or Death Arms. Nomu. The large Nomu grabbed the extending arm and swung it hard enough to throw the wooden hero away. Take him, Izuku said, pointing at Death Arms. The Nomu grabbed the man from back of his neck and lifted him upright with one hand. Izuku turned to face the other hero and countless police officers, some still battling with the other Nomus. Nomus, stop. Come to me, Izuku commanded, and they did while he focused on the enemy and gestured towards the large Nomu. If you are here, you should know a bit about what this Nomu can do. It has been called the anti-symbol of peace for a reason. Also, Death Arms is still alive in case you are concerned. For now, you are pure evil, Kemui Woods declared. What do you want? Just my Nomus back, this time. Izuku wanted to say more, but usually his big mouth just got him into more trouble. One worthless hero for few Nomus seems like a fair trade, but don't think too long. The Nomu lifted Death Arms a bit higher. Just let the ones you have restrained go, and we'll leave with no casualties. As heroes you should be prepared to sacrifice yourself, but how about all these police officers, or the people inside the hospital who might get caught up in our battle? It wasn't easy talking to Kemui so calmly, but at least Izuku's anger fueled his killing intent. Kemui's face was completely covered, but tension in the faces of the police officers around him was obvious even in the limited light of the streetlights. You only want these creatures? Kemui asked. Yes, I prefer not to leave allies behind if I can help it. I am also not going to play along if you plan to delay waiting for reinforcements. You have 10 seconds. Izuku waited. 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 8. Fine, Kemui said, probably gritting his teeth. Let the beasts go, he ordered. The police officers released the two Nomus from restraints. They moved with extreme caution, but as the Nomus were released they simply ignored them and walked towards Izuku following his earlier command. A warp gate opened next to Izuku. The low-tier Nomus walked inside. Izuku stood straight, trying to project confidence. Finally, he gestured the large Nomu to move back towards the warp gate while doing the same. This time they walked backwards. Getting shot from behind once was enough for one evening. On his signal, the Nomu dropped Death Arms next to him as it entered the warp gate. Few rash police officers stepped forward but were stopped by Kemui Woods extending branches. At least one of them was smart. Let's go. Izuku started saying but froze mid-word.
No.
AM here. All Might landed between Izuku and Kemui, cracking the asphalt even more than the Nomu had. Memory of his overwhelming power hit Izuku like his killing intent had been turned against him. He quickly crouched to touch Death Arms, but only met empty asphalt. The man was gone. Before Izuku could move to escape, he had already been hoisted up from one arm, held in the near bone-crushing grip of the #1 hero. Even if Izuku could have maintained killing intent with the shock he experienced, in that position he wasn't presenting any credible threat to people around him, let alone All Might. And who might you be, villain? All Might asked, arrogance in his voice befitting of a man who didn't see his opponent as a threat. Izuku didn't respond. He was too busy not hyperventilating at being at the mercy of the man he so hated. He wanted to kill the large man, but All Might was too powerful. He couldn't win. Are you sure you aren't too young for this kind of stuff? You feel a bit young. Let's see. His other hand reached for Izuku's helmet.
No.
Izuku shouted. His leg swung up faster than it had ever done, meeting All Might's chin, and stopped. He felt like he had kicked a concrete wall, and only his reinforced boots stopped him from breaking his foot. Impressive, but not enough, All Might said. Let him go, a new voice shouted as a large shadow rose over them. Kurogyri had abandoned any pretense of human form and was just a dark cloud that emerged from nothing. Kurogyri, Izuku shouted, leave, get out of here.
No. No?
Izuku stopped, shocked by the Nomu's response. He was brought back into his senses by a yank as All Might jumped to the side. There were multiple yelps around him. Several warp gates had appeared on the ground that multiple police and still unconscious death arms had fallen into, but not through. The gates had closed around them, holding them trapped like All Might at the USJ. Release him or they die, Kurogyri threatened, now surrounded by Nomus. All of the ones Izuku had just gotten out and several more that seemed to be at least above low tier. You are a monster, I can't. All Might was cut off by a scream as one of the warp gates closed into one of the police officers, literally. In few agonizing seconds, the upper half of the officer's stomach and up was left laying in an expanding red pool. If there was any life left in him, he couldn't scream anymore. A silence took over the street until a wet thud as the cut-off lower body fell from high above. Even you cannot save all of them while fighting all of the Nomus. Release young Shigaraki. Izuku was only now getting properly back into his senses with the help of the calm Ming, following All Might's arrival and Kurogyri's disobedience. His breath was calmer, and he moved with purpose as he turned in All Might's hold to face the man. He even considered his words before speaking. Isn't it nice to have good, trustworthy help? He just murdered a man and is threatening to murder a dozen more, All Might responded. You seem in charge of him. You must tell him to stop. I thought you might be getting old, but I didn't think your hearing had gotten so bad. I already told him to leave. He didn't. As he spoke, Izuku brought his second hand up to the one All Might was holding on to. You are lucky my brother isn't here. Brother, wait, that one called you Shigaraki? He grabbed All Might's hand and hit it with the vibration, as much vibration as he could. He wasn't sure if it caused any damage to the symbol of peace, but the shock traveled through his hand and into Izuku's wrist. The only thing preventing him from shouting in pain was his complete refusal to show any more weakness in front of All Might. All Might let go of his destroyed wrist, and Izuku jumped back as soon as his feet touched the ground. His hand was hanging from his arm like there were no bones. Izuku held it up with his other hand to help the regeneration as it restored the damage he had caused. All Might's eyes widened. You? We'll be leaving now, Izuku interrupted, unless you want more corpses here. Several people yelped as Kurogyri briefly tightened the warp gates around them. All Might gritted his teeth, but didn't move as Kurogyri's mist encased Izuku and all of the Nomus. Don't worry, All Might. We will meet again soon. As the mist cleared, Izuku let go the breath he hadn't realized he was holding and dropped on one knee. Kurogyri's mist hovered behind and around him, almost covering the large Nomu next to them from Izuku's sight. Son, Father said with concerned but stern voice, what happened and why did all of my Nomus suddenly disappear? Izuku started after a few seconds and lowered his head. It didn't all go well. I got the Nomu out, but took too long to get the others out. I told you the one Nomu was worth losing those low ends. That doesn't mean I was going to just abandon them, and I got them out, but All Might was here. Izuku punched the floor hard enough to hurt. I was too weak. I couldn't even follow his movements and didn't even realize before he was holding me up like a little kid. If you feel things should have been otherwise, you are expecting too much of yourself at this point. He is considered the number one and the most powerful hero for a reason. Izuku could only squeeze his fist, not saying a word. So, you decided to summon all the Nomus against All Might? No, Kurogyri. Izuku paused and glanced up at the mist cloud still surrounding him. I asked him to get us out of there. I wasn't calm or in control, not ready to face him. Kurogyri must have used everything he had to follow my order. I see. I believe we have talked about being considerate what you tell him. It is not important just because of your hesitation to command him. I know. I think all the Nomus survived at least. They did and have been returned to their place, Kurogyri confirmed. That is not important, Father declared, but then his tone softened, and he kneeled next to Izuku. Both of you are more valuable to me than all of the Nomu I gave you. That is why I said they could be sacrificed if necessary. I didn't think it was necessary. You trusted me with them. I wanted to bring them back, Izuku said, but then All Might arrived, and Kurogyri had to save me. I should reproach you for your carelessness, but I am impressed with your dedication again, so I don't need to change my plans. Izuku blinked in his helmet. Despite your training, there are still heroes who you aren't ready to face, especially All Might. Not without help. Since you got my Nomu back, you can keep it. I trust you use it wisely, also for training. Izuku looked up at his father, then at the large Nomu. Huh. Unlike Tamura, you didn't leave important assets behind, and if you were going to take risks for that, you should at least have reliable backup. It may have failed at killing All Might, but should suffice for most foes you cannot defeat alone. You hear that, Nomu? Serve and protect my son. The Nomu let a short screech. Father stood back up. But do try not to steal the rest of my Nomus without asking. That goes for the both of you. Yes, master, Kurogyri said, obedient as always. Usually, he shrank back to human form despite still appearing only as mist that his clothes emerged from. Yes, Dad. Father put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Get up, son. Even if you couldn't win, you can't let facing All Might shake you this much every time. That is the first thing you have to work on if you want to stand against him. I know, Izuku said as he stood up, but every time I even see him I understand. No training today. I must rest and prepare before Hisashi Midoriya can make his appearance for the cameras. Clean up and take some time to reflect on your actions today and what you could have done better. Come to get me when you are ready. Okay. Izuku glanced down where the bullet had entered his side. Father said nothing, not about that exactly. I hope you didn't leave behind anything that could be tracked back to you. Izuku realized what he meant, but too late. It is all taken care of, Kurogyri said. Good, Father said and turned away. Izuku didn't even move a finger until he had left the room. Then he finally took off his helmet to face Kurogyri. The Nomu stood still and silent. Back there, Izuku started. I told you to leave. Yes. You didn't. You told me no. Yes. I'm not complaining, but I thought you aren't supposed to be able to do that. Yes, my mission is to protect and serve you. But you didn't. Can you repeat that? My mission is to protect and serve you. In that order? Izuku asked. Yes. It might not have been what Father had intended with the Nomus, but Izuku didn't care. He took a step forward and embraced Kurogyri with a hug. That is fine for me, he said barely audibly before letting go of the Nomu. Sorry, I'll go change my clothes. I will clean the evidence for you, young Shigaraki. Izuku thought about asking about that, but decided it was unnecessary. If Kurogyri said he could make sure there was no issue, Izuku was going to believe it. Still, as he walked towards the dressing room, he glanced back and saw Kurogyri pouring some chemical from a large plastic container into a small warp gate. Izuku thought it better not to ask. Chapter 34. Who was he? Please come in, Nizu called as soon as Aizawa's still bandaged arm brushed against the door. Aizawa pushed the door open with his body, refusing to show any of the pain for simply pressing lightly against it. As soon as he saw the group gathered at the meeting room, he also started getting a headache. Nizu and All Might weren't unexpected or concerning on their own, but All Might was in his powered form, and with the detective Tsukachi present, there was something more serious going on. Considering the recency of the USJ attack and regular visits by the detective at the school since then, that still wouldn't have been too bad. That is if they hadn't also been joined by the dog-headed chief of police and two other pro-heroes, Kimiri Woods and Death Arms. Aizawa was going to need more coffee by the time this meeting was over. Please tell me you are here because of a breakthrough in the USJ investigation. Unfortunately, it is quite the opposite, and what discoveries there are, raise some questions that will interest you as well. Is this related to last night's battle at the villain hospital? Yes. Nomu, the creature you fought at the USJ, was freed by an unknown attacker with several weaker nomus, and the villain with a mist-like teleportation quirk helping him. Aizawa's still healing bones suddenly ached even more. And that isn't the worst part. You should sit. Recovery girl will have my tail if I hinder your recovery. Aizawa didn't fight the suggestion. Sitting down was a great relief, and despite how he presented himself to the students, he wasn't about to go against the old lady. Nizu maintained control of the meeting as Aizawa sat. I am sorry to disrupt your respective works by asking all of you into this meeting, but there are reasons to believe we are facing a far greater threat than might be immediately obvious even from the two recent attacks. While the creature called Nomu captured at USJ has been liberated by the villain, the police and hospital staff had time to conduct experiments and especially DNA tests on it. During the USJ attack, the leader of the villains, called by the name of Shigaraki, referred to it as an artificial human. Based on the tests, this is not the case. Rather, it should be described as a former human. Nizu paused, giving everyone present time to process the information. Do you mean? Death Arms asked. Yes, whatever that creature was, it used to be a human, a small-time villain to be exact. Nizu placed a photograph of the man on the table. That is horrendous, Kimui Woods commented. And to think there are several more of those poor souls. That we know of, Nizu added. And that is not the most disturbing thing we have discovered. Already during the USJ incident, we discovered that the creature had at least 2 quirks in addition to its immense strength, and neither of these matched the registered quirk of the original person. Additionally, the person who freed it appears to possess at least 2 quirks himself, perhaps more. Is that even possible? Death Arms asked. Yes, Aizawa responded and turned his head to look at Nizu. Is this why you wanted me to be involved in this meeting? Partially, you are also a part of this due to your own encounter with the creature. What are you talking about? Death Arms asked. Previously you asked if it is possible for people to have more than one quirk, ones they weren't born with. It is. We already know of one quirk that allows its wielder to take quirks from others, and if they so choose to also give those quirks to other people. Hold on, Death Arms said. I've seen the news. Do you really have a student? Who can do exactly that? Yes, Aizawa finished. Are you saying one of your students? No, Nizu quickly responded. We think it is someone, even more dangerous. Over the generations since quirks first appeared, we are aware of only one other person capable of doing what we are talking about. We believed him to be dead, but with the discoveries of this Nomu, we must consider the possibility of that not being the case. So now you think All for One is alive and involved with this League of Villains? Aizawa held back a groan. His head hurt more just thinking about the possibility. That seems possible, Nizu confirmed. All for who? Death Arms asked. Aizawa sighed. All for One. It is the name of his quirk that he has adopted, Nizu said. He is the most powerful and dangerous villain we are aware of since the emergence of quirks. All Might, you tell them. Aizawa dozed off, sinking into his own thoughts as All Might explained who All for One was to the uninformed in their group. To think someone so despicable can exist, Death Arms said. Then again, with a quirk like that, him becoming a villain is obvious. I wish the government did more to control villain quirks. Aizawa's head perked up, as did his hair as a side effect of his quirk. What? What did you just say about quirks? I said villain quirks should be controlled better, or at least those people should be monitored better. Because you don't like the quirk they are born with? Before you answer, remember that we were talking about a quirk of one of my students. I haven't forgotten. You might want to reevaluate your student selection principles. We do, but to the opposite direction to what you were suggesting. I find it difficult to believe I am hearing such prejudicial ideas from a supposed professional hero. Even the staff here might not be perfect, but we definitely need new screenings to eliminate people like you from the admission. You dare. Enough. Nizu might be small, but when the usually calm principal raised his voice, everyone shut up. Death Arms, as much as I'd like to destroy you in an academic debate on this topic, that is not what we are here for. That said, I will not allow attacks on our students, including verbal ones. And what do I care what you want? Have you even considered that kid might be involved? Hell, maybe he's the one who attacked us. That villain was small enough to still be a high schooler. You didn't even see him, Kimui Wood said, holding his temper much better. He knocked you out before you ever had the chance to. Death Arms gritted his teeth. That doesn't change the fact I'm right, as you and All Might both know. I can't deny that. They are about the same size as far as I could tell, All Might said, looking unusually meek as he glanced at Aizawa. Though Tsukachi has already investigated him, so I don't think he is directly involved. Like you thought All for One was dead? Death Arms asked. What do you want? Aizawa asked. We should question him. Test if he is involved. And how would you do that? Doesn't the detective here have a lie detector quirk? Also, that villain had some kind of healing quirk. Have you ever seen that kid injured? Yes, Aizawa said. Would you like to see the recording? I'd like to see it myself. It's school day right now, isn't it? Get him here, and we'll see what we can find out. You will not harass my student just because you got beaten. People like you have already made his life difficult enough. It is hard enough to earn his trust as things are. This is a bit more important than your class. Chief, Death Arms turned to the chief of police. You have to agree. The dog-headed man seemed thoughtful for a moment and then sighed. Aizawa felt a headache coming up. Considering the threat this League of Villains poses, especially if they are tied to All for One, we have to investigate every possibility. I don't want to suspect Detective Tsukachi's abilities at their earlier meetings, but the boy hasn't been questioned about this matter directly. Do you actually have any evidence or way of identifying the villain other than having the detective ask about it from everyone you suspect? Aizawa asked. Tsukachi's and the police chief's expressions turned darker. Tsukachi was the first to talk. Unfortunately, they didn't leave much evidence behind. The villain was fully covered with a face covering, including a voice-changing helmet and gloves. We hoped to get a blood sample from the floor where he was shot, but, well, what? Aizawa asked. Before we got to take a sample, the teleporting villain opened a small portal to that place and poured enough strong chemicals through it to cover the entire floor. We couldn't even try to get a sample before the fumes were ventilated out, and investigators don't expect to get anything usable. The only samples we have come from some of the Nomus. Their identity might give us some clues, but... So, you can only make accusations without even being able to prove anything. That is why he needs to be investigated, Death Arms declared. If he wasn't involved and has nothing to hide, he shouldn't have any issues with it. That is not true, Aizawa said. And that is an excuse tyrants use when they want to trample on people's rights. Death Arms gritted his teeth. But the chief of police raised his hand in front of the hero before he could say anything more. I understand your concern, but we are not talking about violating anyone's rights or accusing your students without evidence. At least I'm not. However, questioning him is within our authority, and even if there are no indications of his involvement, his knowledge about this All for One quirk can be valuable. Why are you trying to convince me if you have already made the decision? There is another concern, Nizu interrupted. Midoriya doesn't know about All for One. Him learning of All for One and our investigation could lead to a negative reaction. I'd like to keep that part secret. He already knows, Aizawa interrupted. He's known about All for One since before coming to UA. Really? Death Arms said. And how is that? Everyone in the room stared at Aizawa, and the big headache had finally arrived. The painful silence continued for a long time. All Might seemed strangely tense, like he wanted to say something. Aizawa, Nizu said in a quiet voice that caused Aizawa goosebumps. I too would like to know the answer to that question, and how you know about what Midoriya knows. He told me. I find that difficult to believe considering the distrust he has shown. Aizawa sighed. You wanted me to guide him and earn his trust. To do so, I needed to show a little trust myself. Trust goes two ways, so I told him about your investigation and about All for One. Or at least I tried to. Apparently, his old school had a history assignment about the man. I doubt that. I didn't even know about him, Death Arms said. That is your problem. I haven't confirmed the claim, but another student went to the same class. I haven't wanted to involve him in this. That might be the fastest way to get on Midoriya's bad side. I understand what you were seeking, Nizu said. but I am disappointed you gave away such information on your own. Without that, we could at least control how to give it away." Actually, All Might said with timidness that didn't fit his massive frame. "I might have had a similar discussion with him." At the risk of sounding like the principal, Izawa said, "I find that difficult to believe. The kid hates you." "I know, and I doubt I made things any better, but there was something I had to talk about." All Might glanced at the visiting heroes, saw something I needed to address. "I can confirm he already knows about All for One. Izawa is also right that questioning him due to nothing but his quirk will not go over well, and I cannot be present." "Why is that?" Kamui Woods asked. All Might looked more nervous than most people would expect the #1 hero to be capable of. "I cannot afford to piss him off right now for reasons, and he might be more responsive to questioning if I'm not around anyway." "Are you all afraid of this kid or something?" Death Arms asked. "We are afraid of failing him as teachers like every school before has done to him," Izawa said. "If the police want to talk to him, we can't stop you, but it will be on you. And if you don't do everything exactly by the book, the kid has enough lawyers to make the UA legal team lose sleep." "I would have to agree with Mr. Izawa," Nizu said. "If the police request access to him in writing, we'll bring him to you. The rest is up to you. We will monitor the questioning, of course. My official position, though, is that I do not recommend it. For the rest of these matters, I will have a separate discussion with All Might and Izawa later." Both of the hero teachers had shivers go through their spines, knowing that a lecture was sure to occur at a later time. Niza had the chief write up a formal request. Unfortunately, getting Midoriya from class fell on Izawa, which is how he found himself interrupting present mix lesson. "Midoriya, come with me." The glare his request got in response was enough to tell him this was going to get ugly. That glare only softened a little bit as Midoriya passed Hitoshi Shinso, who whispered something as he went by. Putting the trio in the same class was probably the smartest thing Nizu had done in a long time, and the principal was a certified genius. Midoriya stayed quiet barely long enough for the classroom door to close behind him and Izawa. "What do you want?" "Nothing, but there are other people who want to talk to you, and I'm not allowed to tell the police no on this matter." "Why would police want to talk with me?" "2 reasons," Izawa responded. "Your quirk might give you valuable insight on a matter concerning the USJ investigation, the Nomu more specifically." Izawa paused for a moment, but Izuku wasn't having any of it. "And the second reason?" "The Nomu was broken out and taken by someone with multiple quirks, supposedly about the same size as you." "The heroes who were?" Izawa stopped and turned to look at Midoriya, who had fallen behind. He was looking down so Izawa couldn't see his expression, but slowly the kid's hands stopped shaking and squeezed into fists. "So," he said, "anytime police run into someone with strange quirks, they are going to come for me." Izawa sighed. "No, I hope." However, they now have 2 cases of villains with multiple quirks, Nizu and All Might. "On the second day of school, after your fight with Bakugo, we talked about All for One. I told you he is dead." Midoriya tensed visibly. "We aren't so confident about that anymore. Considering him, and you are the only examples we know of quirks being transferred between people. I know you are capable of being smart and logical. If you were a police officer or a hero involved with this, wouldn't you want to talk to yourself in this situation?" Midoriya didn't say anything, but as Izawa was waiting for a response, he got it from the kid's body language. His fist loosened and most of the tension in his stance disappeared faster than Izawa thought possible. The only sign of the rapid change to a less perceptive person was a slow, long exhale as Midoriya brought himself under control. Izawa had to give the kid credit for achieving that despite the obvious emotional baggage he carried. Though as Midoriya raised his head, the look in his eyes was worryingly empty, to the point of being downright cold. "Get it over with," was all he said. Izawa nodded, and they walked the rest of the way to the meeting room the others were waiting in. He opened the door and stepped aside, preferring to let someone else become the target of Midoriya's ire. It happened faster than he thought. Midoriya was barely 2 steps in when he froze still and a blade of blue-hot fire flashed into existence next to his hand, shaking like he was struggling to not use it. Izawa couldn't hold the kid back in his injured state, but quietly prepared to use his quirk. The others in the room weren't quite as calm. At least 2 chairs clacked against the floor. Midoriya raised his arm to point at someone with the blade. What are they doing here? Recovery Girl had better prescribe Aizawa more painkillers after this. Midoriya. Nizu commanded more forcefully than Aizawa had heard the principal talk in a long time, but Midoriya didn't budge. Nizu quickly calmed down though. What might be the issue with our guests? Existing, Midoriya responded through gritted teeth, daring to call themselves heroes. Being here, Midoriya's dragon blade flashed seemingly even hotter. A branch from Kimui Woods stretched across the table at a blinding speed to tie up Midoriya. Midoriya stepped aside and cut the extending branch 3 times in less than that many seconds. You have a strange idea of talking, Eraserhead. Aizawa muttered things under his breath that would normally endanger a teacher's career if spoken at a school, and stepped into the room. The first thing he did was to use his quirk, not on Midoriya though, but the pro-heroes across the room. The extended tree branch didn't disappear but stopped moving. Eraserhead, what the hell? Death Arms shouted. I could ask you two the same, Aizawa said. Sit down. Don't bother, Midoriya said and turned towards the door, but Aizawa placed himself in the way. Midoriya engaged him in a staring contest and held his own, despite that being Aizawa's specialty. Sit, Aizawa said. What are they doing here? Midoriya seethed. They were the heroes at the scene when the Nomu was taken. They might have been there, but they are not heroes. How dare you, you brat? Death Arms interrupted. The look in Midoriya's eyes told Aizawa the hero was simply throwing more dynamite into the fire. Midoriya finally broke his stare to redirect it at Death Arms. Heroes risk themselves to save others. Fake heroes let others die to keep themselves safe. You didn't want to take the risk of fighting an enemy you couldn't beat in a single punch, so you just watched him murder someone. Aizawa looked at Midoriya, ready to erase his quirks if needed. And what do you know about being a pro-hero? Death Arms asked. More than you, apparently. You. Death Arms stepped around the table and towards Midoriya, but was stopped by Kimui Wood's branch grabbing him. We are not making any progress like this, the wooden hero said. I agree, the chief of police nodded. Perhaps you two should step out for the moment. We can handle the questioning. Death Arms gritted his teeth, but didn't fight the chief. Fine, but don't let that villain kid play you. Get out, Aizawa commanded. He sighed in relief as the door shut behind the two heroes. Afterwards, he found Midoriya looking at him. Any other issues, problem child? Midoriya stared at him quietly for a long moment. No, not yet. Then sit down so we can get this done. Okay, you two. This can't be good for your recovery. Then try not to strain my mental health. Depends on them. I'll try. After those words, Midoriya, finally, sat down. To be safe, Aizawa sat next to him. Tsukachi took a seat opposite to the kid with Nizu and the chief of police. Someone at least had to stay on the kid's side when everyone else was literally facing against him. The chief of police spoke first. I apologize for the behavior of our hero companions, even if it wasn't unilateral or completely unprovoked. Woof. Oh, it was plenty provoked by them. Could you explain in more detail? Clearly something is happening between you three that I am not well informed on. Midoriya was quiet for a few seconds, looking at the table until he seemed to get his emotions back in check, surprisingly quickly considering the storm of emotions they had just seen a glimpse of. Why don't you ask your detective or the principal? From what I've heard, they've been poking their noses in my private life. This meeting isn't the first time I've been harassed for my quirk, including by people in this room. That is quite concerning to hear, detective. The detective hesitated and glanced at both Midoriya and Nizu before his shoulders slumped and he faced the chief. We have conducted an investigation on him for... It was my decision, Nizu said. We have already discussed the matter of all for one. After learning of Midoriya's quirk, I had to investigate the matter and his background. Midoriya huffed, but kept whatever he was going to say to himself. And our hero companions? The chief asked. They were the hero responders at the incident where Midoriya's Nizu at least had the decency to pause to give Midoriya a sad apologetic look, where his mother was killed. Aizawa wished his arms weren't still broken and wrapped up as he couldn't properly comfort his student who was literally shaking next to him. He could only watch as Midoriya had to calm himself down. Niza gave him a moment before continuing. The performance of Death Arms and Kimiri Woods in that battle was less than impressive in the moments leading up to the end result. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. You have endured much for such a young age, and yet we are here to put you through more. So either don't or get on with it. I'm missing class. We'll try to be brief. There are 2 reasons we asked you here. Considering the concern that has been raised concerning the villain All For One, whom you appear to already be aware of, we are hoping to find out if you can provide insight on the quirk by the same name. And the other? Midoriya asked. The Nomu creature from the USJ incident was freed by a villain. Based on eyewitness statements, the person had multiple quirks and was about your size. Midoriya said nothing. The chief cleared his throat. As our leads on the matter are limited, we must look into every possible lead, especially if we are to discuss with you more on the matter. Therefore, we request that you submit to 2 tests. What kind of tests? Midoriya asked. First, we want to question you with Detective Tsukachi and his quirk. I believe you are already familiar with it. Midoriya nodded. We would also, with your permission, like to cut a small wound on your hand. Do what? Well, according to All Might's observation, the chief said, making Izawa tense as he mentioned the number 1. Midoriya stayed quiet. The attacker appears to possess some sort of a rapid-acting healing quirk. Demonstrating a lack of one would be the easiest way to counter the suspicion raised by Death Arms and All Might. If he really wanted to convince Midoriya, he should have been more careful with the forbidden names. Pretty sure you can't make me. He met the chief in a staring contest for a moment until Izawa sighed audibly. If he didn't want to spend the rest of the day here, he had to use his secret weapon. Midoriya, the kid looked up at him. Shinso has expressed interest in my capture weapon. If you cooperate, I'll give him private lessons to see if he could learn to use it. Midoriya stared at him for a few seconds. He has mentioned liking that, just not confident at being able to use it even if I got him one. It could save him if he couldn't brainwash an enemy, Midoriya said and paused. Then he raised both his hands, lighting his dragon blade quirk in one of them, though much smaller than usual, like a burning dagger. Others by the table had barely enough time to yelp as he cut and burned a long gash across his other hand without even flinching, and all for private lessons to someone else Izawa had considered giving anyway. Midoriya held his hand up for the trio in front of him to see. Satisfied? Yes, the chief said after watching the very much not healing wound for a few seconds. Tsukachi got up for a moment and retrieved a roll bandage from his jacket which Midoriya accepted despite his still very much unfriendly expression. Tsukachi returned to his seat and waited quietly, long enough for Midoriya to wrap his hand. He held his own hand between them as his quirk required physical contact. Midoriya was about to reach out with his healthy hand, but seemed to change his mind at the last moment and reached out with his barely wrapped injured hand. The detective's own hand was stained by some blood as they met. Midoriya sighed, losing some of his tension. Midoriya, Tsukachi said, were you involved in an attack at the villain hospital?
No.
So, you didn't have a role in freeing the Nomu?
No.
Are you involved with the villain known as All For One?
No.
Detective Tsukachi waited, looking thoughtful for a long time before letting go and leaning back. Something feels strange, probably because of how he is feeling about all this, but I couldn't detect a lie. So, you are going to stop with these accusations? Izawa asked. Unless something else comes up, the chief responded. I can't say the same for Death Arms, though. I don't see any reason to care about what he thinks, Midoriya said. Now what do you want to know? First, anything you know about having or giving someone more than one quirk, right? First thing is to be careful about it. Getting more quirks can be harsh. For me, it has gotten better after a time, but that could be because of my quirk. I've never even tried to give anyone more than one extra quirk. All Might also warned about that based on what he knew about All For One. But you have given someone an extra quirk? Hitoshi, his classmate, Izawa added. He has his father's quirk now, which I did at his father's request, and we've both had Tenya's. He's another classmate and friend. We've had his quirk to deal with Eraserhead's rational deception. What do you mean by that? The chief asked. It is not important, Izawa said. A test for the students. I see. So given the ability to transfer quirks, someone having 2 of them isn't really an issue then. No need to turn them into nomus. Seems so, Midoriya said. I think it might depend on the quirk. Hitoshi had no issue getting his father's quirk, but their quirks were already similar and related. He could probably handle his mother's quirk too, but I haven't wanted to risk testing it. Even I myself haven't had the chance to hold more quirks than that. The chief wrote some notes before continuing. Other than this, Hitoshi, have you used your quirk to give anyone else quirks other than their own? Not permanently. Hitoshi is the only one right now with 2, and just so you know, neither of those is a healing quirk, even if I'd love to get him one of those considering this school's inability to protect its students. The coldness in Midoriya's voice, as he said the last part, came as a not at all unclear warning to everyone in the room. We have no reason to suspect your classmates. That won't change the problem that our enemy has fighters with multiple quirks in addition to multiple of these Nomu creatures. That I can't help you with, unless you want to confiscate their quirks. That is an interesting idea, but I'm afraid the law doesn't even know such a concept. Well, that is your problem. Is there something else you wanted from me? Any other part of your job you need a high school student to help with? The dog-faced chief's expressions were difficult to read, but there was definite tension there in response to Midoriya's last comment. Working with the police is an important part of the work of a hero. Rather than a disruption, you should see this as a learning experience in addition to providing your knowledge to help catch these villains who tried to kill you. Midoriya didn't say anything to that. The chief waited for a moment before nodding. We still need to discuss matters here, but I think you two can go. Midoriya got up without a word while Aizawa at least gave a nod to the chief and then followed Midoriya out. The kid tensed right at the door, looking at the 2 heroes waiting in the corridor, but Aizawa kept moving and pushed Midoriya with his body to keep moving before the kid could start another incident. Midoriya's eyes never left the death stare he was giving to Death Arms. He held up his cut and burned hand, even pulling the bandage off. That actually startled the pro hero. Aizawa remained quiet until the 2 pro heroes had gone back into the room. Midoriya, go see Recovery Girl about that wound before getting lunch. Don't worry about being late from class if you need to. Are you sure you don't need to see Recovery Girl? You don't sound like yourself, Midoriya asked. I am being serious, and Recovery Girl will have my head if she blames me for your wound. It is your fault. You better not forget your promise. I won't, Aizawa sighed. Shinso can start training today after school if he wants to. The rest depends on him. Midoriya nodded and walked away from Aizawa. Rather than staying on the main hallway all the way to the stairs, Izuku soon turned to a smaller corridor. There was a secondary stairwell that way, but something felt strange about his choice in direction, so rather than going on with his business, Aizawa approached the corridor, applying all his experience to move without a sound. As he glanced into the side corridor, he saw Midoriya leaning against the wall with one hand, breathing heavily enough for the motion to be visible from the back. Either his emotions were an even greater challenge, or he wasn't controlling them as well as he seemed to. Aizawa didn't have the time to decide what to do with this information as a new set of steps drew his attention. Teacher, Tenya Ida greeted as he stopped a few meters away. Unsurprisingly, he was accompanied by Shinso. More surprisingly, they were followed by Kirishima and Tokoyami, though the latter seemed to have been dragged there by his sentient quirk that stretched out to the duo up front. You came looking for Midoriya, Aizawa stated. There was no question or uncertainty in his voice. Perhaps that is for the best. Saves me the headache. He is right there. Make sure he doesn't skip his visit to Recovery Girl. Aizawa nodded towards where Midoriya was struggling to hold himself together and walked past his friends. He stopped next to Shinso. Shinso, your special lessons start today. Go to the sports field after hero class. No need to change away from your costume. He continued walking, leaving them behind. What classes was he talking about? Ida asked. I have no idea. Shouldn't you ask him? Kirishima said.
No.
I'll just ask Izuku. There was a short pause. Again? Ida asked. So, this wasn't the first time. Again, Shinso answered. What did they put him through this time? You two stay back. Aizawa stopped to lean against the wall as soon as they disappeared behind the corner. If something like this had happened before, it could happen again, and as their teacher, It was another headache he needed to be ready for. What happened to him? Who should I tear apart? Dark Shadow's voice rang over the others. Kirishima, Tokoyami, what are you doing here? Izuku wheezed a little as he spoke. They tagged along with us, Shinso said. More than 2 people can be worried for you at a time. You don't have to talk in front of Eve. What happened to your hand? Don't worry. I cut it to show I don't have a healing quirk. You did what? Why would? Because police encountered someone with multiple quirks, and one of them was healing. That wasn't everything, was it? Ida asked.
No.
Death Arms and Kimui Woods were there. The pro heroes? Kirishima asked. Why would that make you? He fell quiet like someone had flipped a switch. It lasted for a while before he spoke again. Maybe we should go. Leave you 3 alone? There was another pause until Midoriya spoke. No. Since you are already here, it's fine. Just don't ask too many questions, Shinso said. And remember that those 2 heroes being there was not easy for Izuku. Okay, if you say so. And don't talk about what you saw here. Our lips are sealed, Dark Shadow said. You don't have lips. Neither does Tokoyami, Midoriya said, sounding tired despite the joking comment. OR. Still, thank you. I understand the situation was difficult for you, Ida said, but we should really go to the nurse's office. That wound must be painful. Worth it, Midoriya said. Oh right, Toshi, remember how you said you were interested in Eraserhead's capture weapon? So that's what he meant. I know I'm going to hate the answer, but what has my extra training got to do with you cutting yourself? I just need to know for the talk we are going to have with Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa left the wall and walked away faster than before. Chapter 35. What's up with Todoroki? Izuku raised up his arm to shield his face from the flames as he peered through thick smoke, only barely distinguishing a human-shaped form on the floor. If it made a sound, it was covered under the whoosh of the fire, at least to Izuku's ears. Found one! He shouted and kept pushing through the smoke, grateful for being prepared with a fireproof suit and his gas mask. It didn't have an oxygen supply, making breathing still difficult with so much oxygen in the air being consumed, but at least his lungs weren't full of irritating smoke. Considering the coughing behind him, Shoji certainly regretted not being as prepared. Izuku dragged the victim away from the flames and helped to lift him on Shoji's back with 3 others who were held up by Shoji's many tentacle arms, which had also split into many eyes and ears. One had formed a mouth and stayed low close to the floor where the smoke was at its thinnest. That should be everyone, Izuku said. I agree. Shoji coughed. I can't detect anyone else? Izuku nodded and followed his larger classmate as they turned to get out. Izuku made sure no one fell off as Shoji navigated back to the exit. As soon as they emerged from the smoke-filled doorway, Izuku drew a deep breath, amazed at how great a thing as basic as fresh air could feel. Time, 5 minutes, 12 seconds, a robotic voice announced as Izuku helped to put down the dolls in a fake medical area. Good job, Aizawa said, still completely wrapped in bandages, especially cooperating to take full advantage of your respective abilities and good preparation. Join the others and review your work. I want to hear 5 mistakes you made at the end of class. The rest of the class waited nearby, watching from a large screen on the fake street close to the building set up to be on fire. That way neither they nor Aizawa needed to walk all the way to some distant observation room and back. Gave them more time for the actual training. Izuku and Shoji joined the group. Next, Kirishima and Todoroki. Oh yeah! Kirishima shouted and slammed his hardened fists together. Todoroki followed silently with an empty expression, showing boredom at most. How do you think they are going to do? Hitoshi asked as Izuku got within talking distance. Izuku glanced at the duo, especially Todoroki. About 10 seconds. What? You should already know. They looked as the two took positions in front of the building, while UA robots carried the dolls representing victims back inside. Ready? Aizawa prepared. Go. Todoroki twisted his leg a bit, and a stream of ice shot out until it reached the building and started spreading across the wall and in through every opening. 5, 6, 7, 8. Izuku counted out loud as the ice approached the top of the building. 9 and 10. He finished just as the entire building was covered, and there was no more fire. The last puffs of smoke floated up from the frozen windows. Kirishima's shoulders drooped. Izuku licked his lips. "I've done my part," Todoroki said. "Go get the dolls, will you?" As Kirishima sighed and walked into the building, Izuku was practically drooling at Todoroki's quirk. He was only restrained by his annoyance at the arrogance of his two-faced classmate. It was so easy to look down on others when you were born with a godly quirk in a super-rich family. Izuku wasn't exactly in the position to complain about Todoroki having those things, but the way he used them and seemed to think of others as below him was a different matter. It didn't feel as bad as the loud and violent attitude of the last walking ego Izuku had to deal with, but would all the same help put less lucky people down. He didn't even get into UA fair and square, but because of who his dad was. "Izuku," Hitoshi whispered. "You have that look in your eyes. Don't get in trouble with the Todorokis." Izuku blinked. "What do you mean get in trouble?" "You know what I mean, problem child." Izuku tilted his head to stare at Hitoshi. "You have spent too much time with Eraserhead this week. And who do you think you should blame for that?" Izuku pressed his lips together and turned away, having been outmaneuvered. Still, those lips twitched a little upwards, at least until Todoroki, still not bothering to help Kirishima carry out the dolls, glanced at Izuku. As their eyes met, Izuku realized it wasn't just a random glance. Todoroki turned away as soon as he realized he had been caught. "Anyway," Hitoshi said, taking back Izuku's attention, "I'm going to have another special class today after this." "Great. Do you think you can take advantage of that for the sports festival?" "Are you kidding? I'm still in the not getting wrapped up in the damn thing phase. Even Aizawa-sensei took years to figure out how to work that thing. We could ask him to give you even more lessons."
No.
"After how you got me these, I don't want to know how you'd get any more. I prefer you with all limbs attached." "Me too," Dark Shadow said, having appeared to hover over them. "Fumi really didn't like to see you hurt like that. He kept talking about how you could walk on such darkness for someone and still stay in the light with them, or something like that." "Dark Shadow, get back here." "Do I have to? That shiny sparkling guy is right next to you," Dark Shadow whined, pointing at Aoyama. "Too bright." Tokoyami muttered something under his breath, and the class continued with Aizawa criticizing Todoroki's behavior, saying things like, "In a real situation, every hero needs to retrieve victims as quickly and safely as possible to minimize casualties," and such. If Todoroki cared, he didn't show it. As the lesson ended, Hitoshi stayed behind with Izuku and Tenya, and the trio headed to the sports field. "Hey!" Kirishima called to them. "Where are you going?" "Training," Izuku responded. "Cool. Can I come?" "If you want," Izuku said. "If?" Hitoshi asked. "You know, this is Kirishima we are talking about. When there is the option to train, he's as crazy as you almost." Tenya didn't say anything but nodded in affirmation. "What can I say?" Kirishima smirked, having caught up to them. "I don't want to ever regret being too weak and scared again." "Again?" Izuku asked, looking at the redhead. "Yeah," Kirishima said. It was quiet, almost a sigh. Izuku turned his head back forward. "I'm not going to ask. You can choose if you want to talk about it." "It wasn't that serious," Kirishima said, still quietly. "Some people were threatened, and I was too scared to move, just looking from the sidelines, but I felt really ashamed for a long time. I almost gave up even dreaming of being a hero." "You?" "Hard to imagine," Hitoshi said, but then glanced at Izuku, thinking he wasn't noticed. "We are all glad to see you didn't," Tenya said. "Me too," Kirishima said, "but I'm never going to skip training that could let me save someone, even if my quirk isn't the strongest." "It is plenty strong, especially when used by someone deserving of it," Izuku said. "My fist hurts just thinking about it." "You aren't the only one," Hitoshi added and swung his arm to softly punch Kirishima's bare stomach. "I think I hurt my hand hitting him when he wasn't even using his quirk." I tried to warn you." "I guess you did," Hitoshi said. "So, while Hitoshi is training with Aizawa-sensei, what kind of training were you planning to do?" Kirishima asked Izuku. "Good question," Izuku said. "There is going to be an uneven number of us, so one-on-one spars aren't an effective use of our time. Since we are at school, we should take the full advantage of that to train our quirks. I've been wanting to see what kind of impacts you can actually take." So, Kirishima started with a tense smile. How are you planning to do that? Well, you mentioned someone helping you train with a baseball bat, and quirks are often compared to muscles and how using and pushing them makes them stronger. Logically, your hardening should get stronger the more hits you take. I've already practiced hitting moving targets with Tenya, but with him, I always have to cool and slow down the shots to be safe. Izuku rubbed his fist with his other hand with little flashes of fire sparking on the back of his hand. You aren't wrong. That's how I have trained before. If you think it's safe. Recovery Girl is going to stay at work for at least another hour. I checked. Good to know, both Kirishima and Tenya said. Izuku shook his hand in preparation to blast them with hellfire arrows. Hitoshi's face was stuck somewhere between a grin and a sigh of relief. Footsteps approached and stepped on a branch somewhere near them. Izuku raised his arm ready to fire in that direction. Tenya sighed. Izuku's tension dropped as he saw Todoroki step around a bush, though the look in his eyes cooled by a few degrees. Todoroki, have you also come to train after school? Tenya asked. No, the two-faced boy responded without even looking at Tenya. Midoriya, we need to talk in private. Todoroki started turning, clearly assuming Izuku would simply do what he asked. He stopped and looked back, clearly surprised when Izuku didn't. Now, Izuku started. Are you going to tell why you want to talk with me, and why would I want to go with you? I told you. I need to talk with you. Well, I don't need to talk with you. So if you have something to say, you can do it here. Todoroki glanced at Hitoshi, Tenya, and Kirishima considering their presence. Izuku didn't budge once Todoroki returned his attention to him. You may be used to getting whatever you want from people, but not from me, Izuku said. So what is it you want? For a moment Todoroki seemed to grind his teeth together, but then he sighed and met Izuku's gaze again. You can take quirks from people. If someone has more than one, can you pick only one to take? Yes, Izuku responded slowly, taken aback by the surprising question. Why would you ask that? My quirk has two parts, ice from my mother and fire from my father. I want you to take away only my fire. Izuku waited for something, a confirmation he had heard wrong. None came. You actually want me to take away your quirk? Izuku could barely believe what he was hearing. It would have been unbelievable even from a regular person, but from someone so blessed with his quirk. Only the fire if you can. I intend to become a hero on my ice alone. Even with all the questions Izuku had, that statement and the arrogance inherent in it gritted his nerves the wrong way. At the same time, Todoroki was offering him a powerful quirk practically on a silver platter. Or maybe even a gold platter, honestly. Well, I guess I can't refuse an offer like that, Izuku said and raised his hand. I'll need to place my hand on you. Then it is easier if you try to be as relaxed as possible. Todoroki nodded without saying a word. Are you seriously doing this? Kirishima asked. Izuku nodded and placed his open hand on Todoroki's head. As soon as he tapped into his all-for-one, he could feel the presence of his two-faced classmate's quirk. It was powerful for certain, but unlike other quirks he had experienced so far. If those were like a sphere or an atom, this was like a molecule. There were definitely two sides to it, but no gap between them. Izuku tried to grab one side with the power of his quirk, but as he pulled on it the entire quirk, both sides of it moved. Todoroki pressed his lips together and tensed up as Izuku tried to pull his quirk apart. Eventually Izuku could only sigh and drop his hand. I can't do it. Your quirk is clearly a mix of two powers, but it is a single quirk as much as your arms are part of your body. I can take all of it or nothing. I see, Todoroki said quietly, and actually seemed to think about it for a bit before turning to walk away. Sorry for disrupting your training. What did your father do? Hitoshi asked. Todoroki stopped mid-step and glanced back at Hitoshi, who kept talking. You are trying to reject him through the part of your quirk you inherited from him. Todoroki didn't respond, so Hitoshi continued. What could the number 2 hero have done to have his own son hate him so much? Todoroki's stare hardened. What hasn't he done? He paused for a moment. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Izuku's eyes narrowed hearing those words, but Tenya spoke first. It is when people choose their partner based on what quirk they have, and how they fit together to create children with a more powerful quirk or a specific quirk combination. It is considered improper since the results can be unreliable and, Tenya paused. Since the practice has been more common in wealthy and powerful families, the relationships haven't always been completely by choice. Are you saying that endeavor? Kirishima let the rest of his question hang silently. That man only cares about beating All Might, or in failing that, raising someone who can. He doesn't care what that means to anyone else, Todoroki said and looked down at his own hand. In every memory of my mother, I only see her crying. Todoroki raised his hand and brought it over the burnt side of his face, seemingly forgetting there were other people present. I remember she called my left side unbearable before she poured boiling water on my face. That was too much for anyone present to do anything but stare. For the moment, Izuku took to processing what he had heard and rearranged his views of the two-sided classmate accordingly. So your father treated you like a weapon and the rest of the family were just an obstacle to push aside? Not something people would believe about the number 2 hero. You sure you want to say stuff like that? The fire in Todoroki's eyes told Izuku everything necessary before he even spoke. People only seeing a hero is the problem. When the cameras turn away, he's the biggest garbage fire you can imagine, whether you believe it or not. In case you haven't noticed, I don't really buy into the shiny public image of so-called heroes, Izuku said. Though even knowing how brutal he can be behind that, I didn't expect something like this. That doesn't explain why you want to give up part of your quirk. That man made me as his weapon to surpass All Might. I will do that, but I will do it without his power. You're an idiot, Izuku said. Izuku, I don't think this is. Tenya started, but Izuku waved his hand, signaling him to stay quiet. You say you want to reject your father, but you still want to achieve the same thing he wanted you to and hold back on your own power because of him. I won't use his power. I'm going to become a hero without it. So now you want to become a hero? I thought what you wanted was to surpass All Might. They are the same thing. The hell they are. Either you want to be stronger to surpass All Might, or you want to be stronger to help people as a hero ranking be damned. You can try to do the first with only your ice only for all I care. I doubt you can, but give it all you've got if that's what you want. But if you want to be a hero, to try to save people, for their sake you better not hold anything back. If I find out someone innocent died because you refused to use part of your quirk, I will take it from you. All of it. And find someone who's more worthy. Izuku grabbed Todoroki's arm as he spoke, but with those last words Todoroki shook him off. You don't dash, Todoroki started. Understand your anger? Izuku interrupted. Maybe not for family, but you're not the only one who has been abused for how you were born. Whatever your father put you through, and no matter how much you pity yourself, a whole lot of people still have it worse for no fault of their own because of the ideas that people like Endeavor maintain in this society. That you will be just as guilty of for the way you are strolling through life, waving around half of your power, like it made you any better than anyone else. Izuku paused. I am not going to tell you to not reject your father, or even not to seek revenge. People like him need to be exposed and pay for what they have done. Bakugo was the same, but don't even think about making yourself weaker for him. If you do, that only means he holds that much more power over you. You were blessed in birth with more power than most. Where that came from doesn't matter nearly as much as what you do with it. Your power, like your life, is yours. If you want to throw them away, you can just give up your whole quirk now. Todoroki looked at Izuku for a long silent moment. Parts of his face twisted like it didn't know what expression to have. Eventually he looked down and walked away. So, that just happened, Hitoshi said, breaking the silence that Todoroki had left behind. Even knowing things aren't always as good as they seem, to think someone so respected would do things like that. Tenya shook his head in disbelief. Do you think it's true? Kirishima asked. Yes, Izuku said. And you still have a lot to learn if you think it's hard to believe. So, what now? Hitoshi asked. I'm not sure, Izuku responded. I don't know what to think about him anymore. I thought he was just being a prick, but now, I think it might be more that he is closed off from people, a bit like you can be. Hitoshi briefly moved his attention from Izuku to glance at Kirishima, or at least were. You think so? Izuku asked. Yes, except his Bakugo is also his father. Izuku looked at Hitoshi and rubbed his forehead. I did not need that image in my head.
Sorry.
Still, what do we do now? I doubt we can do anything concerning Todoroki's family problems. We are talking about the number 2 hero after all. We'd be lucky to see him in person, maybe at the sports festival, Tenya said. We should be considerate how we treat Todoroki at school, even if he hasn't put on a very friendly face. He might not really know how to approach someone as a friend. Well, you would have experience at dealing with that, Izuku said quietly. I never could drive you away, even over the course of months. I didn't realize you took so long to become friends, Kirishima said. Seems hard to believe now. True, at least for Tenya, Hitoshi added. Compared to him, I was playing on easy mode, thanks to some bullies. Kirishima kept looking at Hitoshi, clearly confused. People didn't like my quirk and Izuku doesn't like bullies, Hitoshi clarified. It was kind of an enemy of my enemy situation. Do they still have all their arms attached? That made Hitoshi laugh out loud, and even Tenya wasn't quite managing to keep a serious expression. You are learning, Hitoshi said once he could, but yes, they do. It really was their quirks that were at risk. Kirishima tensed with the last words. I thought we aren't supposed to. He glanced at Izuku. Both Izuku and Hitoshi looked at each other confused until they finally realized. Izuku shook his head. It's fine. He is just saying how things really were. I was considering it, and I don't need to worry about his intentions. Toshi knows what the lines are to not cross for him. Oh, good. Well, actually I'm a bit confused. Just trying to not say anything I'm not supposed to, you know. Izuku got a soft smile on his face. The fact you are worried about it means you probably don't need to worry. Kirishima was only more confused than before. Shinso, Aizawa said from behind them. The way Kirishima turned around showed that he had not noticed the man approaching. That was another thing they needed to train. As Hitoshi followed the man, Izuku shook his head to clear his thoughts. He raised his hand, flames already burning over it. Now, where were we? Kirishima took a few moments to readjust to the new topic, but then he hardened his body and brought his fists together while smirking. Bring it on. By the time Hitoshi's training was over, Aizawa was scowling as he looked at all of the craters and blackened sand on the field, with Kirishima lying next to one of the craters. The strange shoulder pads in his costume had been blown away. Izuku had to admit there was some sense for the redhead to basically only have half a costume the way he took hit straight on. Tenya was leaning on his knees and panting nearby as Izuku joined them, shaking his arm. He too was breathing harder, feeling the strain of using his quirk excessively. He looked down at Kirishima. I knew you were tough, but seems we get to use more quirks in our spars. Kirishima gave a short laugh. Sure, it's a lot better than a baseball bat. If you say so. Training with someone who wants to get hit is okay for me. Izuku offered his hand to help Kirishima get up. If you had my quirk, you'd do the same. Is that an offer? Izuku said, raising his eyebrow. Well, I guess it would be interesting. Now or? Izuku's smile was the widest it had been in a while, but he pushed back on the hunger to take the quirk right away, a task even more difficult than before witnessing how much punishment it could take. He put his hand over Kirishima's shoulders and pointed at him with a finger of his other hand. Better focus on the sports festival for now, he responded. On Saturday, maybe we try to see how to improve your quirk use. Works for me. Do you really think you can figure something out about my quirk by trying it? It isn't a very complicated quirk. I might, and if I can, it will still be interesting to try a new quirk, even if just for a moment. I can't really do that enough. There aren't many ways to legally get quirks from people. I can imagine. It's not like you can just buy quirks. Izuku blinked. What? Wait. Ahem. Aizawa interrupted them. Izuku had tried to ignore the man. I am glad to see you getting along, but if you want to use school facilities for after-school training, you will have to clean your mess. Aizawa pointed at the craters and an open door on the side of the gym building. There are shovels and other equipment in the storage locker. Close the door after yourself. I guess the training isn't over yet, Kirishima said, seemingly unbothered by the extra work. For Izuku, that was even more true, as he had barely gotten home when he had to already hurry to meet Kurogiri in the basement. As he stepped out of the warp gate in the training hall, the large USJ Nomu, his Nomu, was already waiting. Yes, while Kirishima did make for a fine punching bag, this was what Izuku had to now face for the really hard training. At least his body had already recovered and regenerated from the strains of the past afternoon. It would have to do a lot more of that before the day was over. He was regenerating a broken arm when his father walked in. "How is your training going, son? Ready to destroy you opponents at the sports festival?" Yes, I think I'll manage. The only ones from my class I am uncertain about are Tokoyami and Todoroki. What is that I hear in your voice about the son of the number 2 hero? I learned some new things about Endeavor today, Izuku responded while rotating his newly healed arm. Todoroki asked if I could take the fire part of his quirk. Quite a tempting offer, but I suspect it wasn't a separate quirk. No, it did feel strange, but it was a single quirk. I'm not sure how to explain it. You don't need to. I have experience with combination quirks. The real question is why practical hero nobility would want to give up such a powerful part of his quirk. Apparently Endeavor's dark side isn't limited to shadows of his job, Izuku said and repeated what Todoroki had explained. It was impossible to know what his faceless father was thinking, at least until he started chuckling. Good job, son. Not everyone can go spy on All Might and get such inside information on the number 2, though I did already know some of what you described. Of course you did, Izuku muttered, looking away. It also wouldn't be difficult to conclude that the son of the number 2 would be actively raised to take his place or more. The norms that make our society are like power in that it is largely passed from parents to children. Sounds like he is already valuing people based on their quirks, himself included. Maybe it's hard to decide how to think about it now with this information, Izuku said. He has everything most people dream about and could turn into just another fake hero keeping most of those people down. But I'm not sure. Something about how he's been treated for that. If he told the truth, even if it's only by his father. With all that he shouldn't be is sold on the shiny surface of this society, even if he has never suffered most of its flaws. Maybe I'm just hopeful he's not a lost cause as I thought. You trust too easily. Be careful what you share with others, and don't forget how this world they enjoy works. Izuku sighed. I know, but what if Todoroki really isn't a hopeless case? If the son of the number 2 hero could see and stand against the flaws of this society, it would be a step in the right direction. Aren't you being ambitious? Maybe, but I can't think of anything better. He is already showing arrogance. Even with having to endure the things he has, he is still arrogant about his power and could turn into another Bakugo. If there is a chance to get through to him before that, Izuku paused. I keep wanting to change things, but there really hasn't been that much I could do for people. Even the people I've met that have hope of being better were already on the right track to begin with, or just not paying attention at worst. I haven't changed much. Even USJ was a failure. Son, haven't I taught you about patience? I can understand your feelings, but if you let them control your actions, you will rush into things that you aren't prepared for. You are still in training, still gathering quirks.
Pace yourself appropriately.
So, I shouldn't try to approach Todoroki. I didn't say that. Go for the throat. Such an opportunity to toy with the so-called number 2, and no one is in a better position to do it than you. Just don't get careless. Not everyone who has faced difficulty is an ally. The same applies for people who don't show immediate hostility to your quirk. I know, Izuku sighed. Both things can be used to approach people, though. You should also focus on the sports festival first. While the media is already aware of you, this is going to be your first truly public appearance and the first you can have on your terms. Even if you have to go against your friends, you have to win. People cannot ignore the winner or what he might have to say. That's the plan. I just hope they listen. So far, all of the news has just repeated the same things as Bakugo. Izuku squeezed his hand in a fist, and he is still missing. I should have kept his quirk. Perhaps you should have, but it is too late to change that now. You must keep moving forward. Now how about your training? Is there anything more you need to destroy your opponents? No. Well, actually I could use, probably, a couple tens of millions of yen. Maybe 100 to start with, clean legal money. Oh, that is quite a bit more than you are normally using. What are you planning to buy? Quirks. Chapter 36. The Sports Festival. Izuku stepped out of the car some distance from the UA gates. The lines of people waiting to get in went far further than that. Hitoshi whistled next to Izuku. I knew it was going to be big, but I've never actually seen the sports festival in person. Hard to imagine people being so interested in a high school competition, Izuku said. Tenya hummed. It is one of the largest sports events in the country, and it is where many famous heroes have appeared in public for the first time. And punched their classmates in public for people's entertainment, Izuku added. Then there are those from other courses who just got dragged in to make the hero students look better. You punch us almost daily, Hitoshi pointed out. That's not for entertainment, Izuku said. Are you sure about that? Izuku looked at the ground quiet for a long moment. He understood and wouldn't mind partaking in the joke. But really, the entertainment was the joke. Izuku looked at Hitoshi completely serious. Yes. Right, Hitoshi said. You are feeling more serious today. Izuku looked around at the crowds they were passing while heading towards the entryway reserved for students. He could already see some eyes following him. He was having relatively good luck with his classmates, but Hitoshi sighed. It could be a long day. I'm nervous myself. I've never brainwashed anyone in public like this, with so many people watching. Toshi, a few months ago you hesitated brainwashing me even when I asked for it. You've come a long way, but yeah, I'd be lying if I pretended not to be nervous. I wish I could say you don't need to, Tenya said. Unfortunately, I don't know any way to cheer you up. Hey, Midoriya, Ida, Shinso, Kirishima called from behind them with a wide smile on his face. Are you exited for the festival? Both Izuku and Hitoshi smiled as they glanced back at the approaching redhead. Sure are, Hitoshi responded. You seem to barely contain your own excitement. Maybe your quirk could help with that. Heh, that's a new one. Good. I have to remember it. Hitoshi softly punched Kirishima's shoulder. So, Izuku started. Are you ready to punch other students for people's entertainment? Kirishima stared at Izuku, confused. Never mind. Just make sure you do well. I want some good opponents in the finals. Right back at you. This time I'm not going to just take hits. Just try to leave my limbs attached. If you don't shatter all my bones. The guy mowing my lawn is still complaining about the rocks spread in the grass after your demonstration. Sorry about that. Don't worry about it. It was my lack of preparation. Focus on the competition. Izuku's voice waned away as he encountered more stern and fearful stares that were following him even more openly than before. They were just outside security checkpoints set up at the gate, and even with a separate path for the students, they had to pass the densest crowd waiting to get inside. Unfortunately, that included a lot of media. One of the reporters looking at Izuku even seemed familiar to him. Is that the quirk stealer? Yes, I saw him here already before. Are they seriously allowing him to join the competition? I heard he already stole the quirk of some other student. Are you sure? The crowd stayed behind a fence erected to separate the lines, but as the people continued talking and leaning closer to see better, it felt to Izuku like the whole mass of the crowd and its prejudice could wash over them at any moment. He drew a shaky breath with some mix of fear and anger. Yeah, I also heard that indigo-haired kid is a brainwasher. He could make you his slave and force you to do anything just by talking to you. And they are training him? Yeah. I hope they take responsibility if he turns into a villain. Izuku started quickly leaning towards rage. He was lucky to be with people who could see the warning signs. Hitoshi grabbed Izuku's wrist before any flames could light over it, but the hold was much tighter than it needed to be as Hitoshi dealt with his own feelings with the situation. Tenya's shadow came over them as the larger teen stood between them and the crowd. Bakugo is so going to pay for this once he is found, Izuku hissed. I don't doubt that, Hitoshi said and softly pushed Izuku to keep walking forward, but the comments kept coming. They are both together. Seems even more dangerous. Hey, what makes you think you deserve to go to UA or be heroes? Why are you talking about them like that? Kirishima said, sounding tense but more confused than angry. Could that guy even be angry? Are you kidding? Even if you aren't from the same class, how could you not know by now what they are? One of the reporters asked. We are all in the same class and train together even outside school. You really shouldn't judge people for their quirks. Aren't you worried that white-haired kid might steal your quirk? Not really, though I promised he could try it the next time we train. You. What? More than one person shouted. Despite all of the dark emotions he was feeling, a smile sneaked on Izuku's face for a few seconds at the people's reaction to Kirishima's innocent comment. Yeah, he is really smart. I'm hoping he can help me improve my quirk use like with Shinso. But if he takes your quirk, you'll be quirkless? Yeah, but only until he gives it back. You trust he would give it back? Yeah, why wouldn't he? Izuku and Hitoshi passed the student's gate with Tenya closely in tow, even as Kirishima was stuck being questioned by the bloodhounds of the crowd. Izuku stepped to the side of the path to wait for the redhead. Are you talking about Midoriya? Dark Shadow's voice came from the line before the sentient quirk rose to loom over the crowd, staring at the people who were still harassing Kirishima. You have a problem with him. You have a problem with me. Get that? The crowd backed away from the quirk creature, messing up the K completely and causing enough of a distraction that Kirishima got to leave without being questioned anymore. He got through the gate and joined the waiting trio. Phew, he started and looked at Izuku, seeming uncertain. Is that what you have to deal with all the time? Anytime there is a large crowd or reporters, since Bakugo told everyone about Mai and Toshi's quirk. Man, no wonder you don't like crowds. That sucked. That's putting it mildly, Hitoshi said. Thanks for distracting them. Oh, I didn't even realize I was doing that. Well, you did. I guess you are good at taking verbal punches as well as physical. Oh yeah, I can do that. Be careful what you promise, Izuku said. There are a lot more of those punches coming. As he spoke, he waved to Tokoyami, who had finally gotten Dark Shadow to back off and come through the gate. Hey, I'm not going to call myself the sturdy hero for nothing. Thick-skinned hero might be more accurate, Hitoshi said. Tokoyami joined the group and they started walking towards the stadium at the back of UA premises while talking. Izuku found himself in the middle of the group, less visible to other people, and they reached the dressing rooms without any more incidents. Most of the class was already there. Only Todoroki was still absent. Most of their classmates greeted them as the group arrived. Good morning, Ojiro, Hitoshi told the classmate with a tail who had not greeted them. How do you feel about your winning chances? Ojiro pressed his lips together and turned to face the wall without responding to Hitoshi. Hitoshi, don't bully him, Tenya said. But he makes it so easy. I just need to open my mouth. Tenya shook his head, but the gesture couldn't hide how his lips tried to turn upwards. Izuku just enjoyed listening to them as he changed into the P uniform. He was just pulling the shirt on when the door opened and Todoroki finally stepped in. The class's reaction to his arrival was much more reserved in reflection of Todoroki himself. Oh, good morning to you too. Tenya was the first to openly greet him. Same. Remember to watch your words in the arena, Hitoshi advised him. You were almost late, Izuku added. Yeah, charisma was brief but exited. A bit too loud for Izuku's tastes, but the redhead had earned the right to be loud. It only contributed to Todoroki's visible confusion at the warm reception. He stopped to stare at the small friend group. The rest of the class were almost as confused. Even Ojiro found it more interesting than the wall. Shouldn't you change clothes? There isn't much more time? Izuku said, bringing Todoroki back into the moment. Right, he said quietly and tried to pass Izuku to a free spot. Izuku grabbed his shoulder. You better fight with your full power. Everyone here is trying to do their best. Don't look down on them by not doing the same. Their stares met for a few seconds. I don't need his power. But you will need your power. All of it. I'll make sure of it. Man, it sounds like you are declaring war already, Kaminari commented. Just a little border conflict, Hitoshi corrected. What's the difference? If Izuku ever decides to go to war against someone, you won't need to ask that. Izuku did his best to ignore them while maintaining his stare on Todoroki and talking more quietly. You can hate him. Hate can make you stronger as well as hold you down. It heated up my fire. It can do the same for you. But don't let him shackle you down. Todoroki shook his shoulder free of Izuku's grasp. Why do you care? Because I don't like him either, Izuku responded. And because as long as he controls the path you walk, you will probably become part of the problem like him. Don't become your father. The final statement made Todoroki's stare harden, and he turned away from Izuku. You don't know what you are talking about. I will win this festival with my mother's quirk. Izuku shook his head as Todoroki walked to the opposite side of the room. I thought we were just supposed to be friendlier to him, Hitoshi commented from behind him. We were, Izuku said, but that will only go so far as long as he defines himself based on his father and his quirk. It might not be so easy for him, Tenya said, as everyone else around him has likely done exactly that. Izuku sighed, looking at Todoroki's back. These things take time, Tenya added. If you say so. You did. Right. Better focus on the festival then. After changing clothes, they were gathered in the stadium's corridors and after waiting for a while were ushered to the arena by class. The hero classes entered with obvious excitement. For the rest, the feelings were more divided. One of the teachers, Pro-Hero Midnight, came from the other side and got on a small stage elevated slightly above the field. Izuku didn't have a high opinion about the woman in a skin-tight costume. She seemed a perfect example of the superficial attention-seeking hero making sure to push out her chest while talking and waving her stupid whip. Then she started talking about a speech. Izuku sighed. Representing students is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A.
What?
Hitoshi asked. Apparently number 1 on the hero course entrance exam is expected to make a speech. They only told me like 2 days ago. My condolences. It's not all bad. There are some things I have wanted to say to a lot of people. Oh no. Half of Izuku felt the same as Hitoshi as he walked to the stage. Even from the field he could hear the changing tone of the audience chatter as he was separated from the nameless mass of students and stood in front of the microphone for everyone to see. Yes, he began his speech. I am the one who can transfer quirks between people. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Not the other thing you people have kept repeating for the past 3 weeks. Welcome to your annual watch teenagers punch each other in the face for your entertainment day. That got them quiet. Izuku could even hear Tenya mutter Izuku in a fake, disappointed tone. Now most of the students entertaining you today are not here because they want to be. Mostly it's the hero students and those hoping to transfer. Most of the rest know they don't have a real chance and got dragged here to make us look better. How could they win when the whole thing is about not just physical fitness but specific kinds of quirks, the same as the hero course selection? And everyone else is not even allowed to really use and practice with their quirks in regular life. That's how this world and this school work. The stadium wasn't silent anymore, but at least people so far restrained themselves to muttering and quiet talk. Speaking of narrow views, those of you who call yourself heroes and are watching to look for interns should reconsider how you evaluate people's fitness to be heroes. Most of you are going to focus on physical, combat-oriented, and flashy quirks. No quirks, not people. If that is all you can think of, I would recommend retiring as you are not serving the people the best you can. If on the other hand you are competent at your work, you should be able to consider a variety of abilities, their utility in different situations, and even more importantly the person behind the quirk like this school does not. The entrance exam is built on the exact biases I just listed. As for considering the person behind the quirk, Izuku paused. I am here because I got first in the entrance exam. But, did you know the person who came second? The person everyone has told he would become a great hero since his quirk manifested. Well, as soon as he was told he could use his quirk at UA, it took him all of 2 days to commit assault, threats of violence, and an attempted murder, and later to get kicked out. So much for selecting the people with most quirk potential to be heroes. That got a louder reaction even if the general tone sounded like that of disbelief. To UA's credit, they actually took his behavior seriously, eventually. Can't say the same about all the assaults and abuses he committed at our previous school at Aldera Junior High. If any parents in the area are listening, you might want to send your kids somewhere else if you value their safety. If the teachers think that someone might get into a hero school or do anything that would bring the school prestige, they will ignore even violent assaults by that person on other students they don't consider as valuable. If the school is still around after all the upcoming lawsuits, that is. Also, if you have called me the quirk stealer, and this goes especially to the representatives of media, this is the person who created that name and told you about me. Great job at being critical of your sources, not? Izuku had to stop to draw breath. The stuff before was easy to rant about. Confronting the people about himself specifically And with Bakugo involved, that was harder. Congratulations for all the reporters involved in spreading the hate and lies of a violent near-murderer. Stuff like deeming someone likely villain or unfit to be heroic based on what quirk they happen to be born with. And I'm not even talking about the quirks most suited to hurt people. You love those. You are doing a stellar job. Hope it earned you enough money to hire some good lawyers, because you are going to need them. If you are lucky, I might settle for your quirk as a settlement. Izuku had to wait for a long time before he found it quiet enough to bother continuing to talk. Speaking of which, if you aren't using your quirk, like most aren't allowed to, don't need it anymore, find it harmful for your well-being, or just need money, I am in the market for new quirks. There is a limit to how many I can take, but I'll pay 1,000,000 yen, and up to at least 100 million yen for good quirks. If you are interested in selling yours, email me a description of your quirk at SellYourQuirk. Midnight started moving towards Izuku, indicating that the speech was over. Izuku turned around and walked away using calm mind to maintain a neutral expression, as if he wasn't too nervous to talk properly without the quirk. Whether he had actually achieved something only time would tell, but at least his side was out there. As Midnight tried to get back control of the audience, Izuku returned to the side of the unusually speechless Tenya and Hitoshi, who seemed to be struggling with too many remarks to choose from. Izuku decided to help them. So, was it as bad as you, though? He asked. Around there, Hitoshi waved his hand in a so manner. The ending was what surprised me. Izuku smirked. Right. I can't believe I never thought about it before Kirishima mentioned buying quirks. Kirishima did? Now that you mention it, that is surprising. Could be cheaper than suing quirks off people. Though after all that you might need Kirishima as battering ram just to get out after the festival. Or people will keep even more distance, Izuku said. Hitoshi shook his head, but with a soft smile. Always glass half empty. It's from experience, although. Izuku glanced towards the other non-hero class students. Many of their students stared back at him, and some didn't seem to do so out of fear or hate as people usually did. Maybe some change is possible. So how many offers you expect to get? What? Quirks. Do you think people are actually going to offer to sell you theirs? Most wouldn't even consider it, and it might take some time, but as long as the price is high enough, Izuku paused. They may be pushed aside, but there are many people who suffer because of their quirks who might pay to get rid of them, and then there are the people close to death with family that could use the money. Eventually others might take the offer. There is a limit to how fast I can accumulate them, so it is really a question about what kind of quirks are offered. You could at least pretend the money is at least a little bit of a limit. Maybe, eventually, but Dad said it's okay as long as I choose the quirks wisely. Oh right, Tenya. Yes? Their larger friend responded, broken out of the short circuit of trying to comment on Izuku's speech. Are there any specific kinds of quirks you'd like to have for a second quirk? Tenya's jaw dropped, as did the other students around them. Second quirk? He finally asked. Well, Toshi got one. Your family are heroes, so they need their quirks, but I'd like to find a second quirk that fits you. Now, Midnight announced, barely gaining back the audience's attention and drowning out Tenya's chance to respond. It is time for the first event. She pointed up where a large screen began showing names of different contests rotating quickly, as if the contests hadn't been set months in advance. Anyone who wasn't blind would have seen construction work outside the stadium. Some kind of a race would make sense for the first contest with the most people. A few seconds later it stopped, revealing the first contest. Obstacle race. The students will leave the stadium and complete a race featuring multiple obstacles testing their abilities. First one to return to the stadium at the other end wins. Leaving the path is not allowed. Now everyone, get ready. The students were guided in front of an oversized tunnel leading out of the stadium and got packed rather close together. Izuku got pressed between Hitoshi and Kirishima. Not the worst place to be if he was honest, as long as Kirishima didn't activate his quirk. What do you think the obstacles are going to be? Hitoshi asked. I doubt UA would settle with anything regular. Of course the greatest hero school would have something more challenging, Tenya said from behind them. Except most of the contestants aren't hero students or seriously trying to be one, Izuku said. I hope the school isn't putting people in unnecessary danger. What could they do? Hitoshi asked. They already used giant robots against us in the entrance exams. Drop us into a bottomless pit? Heh, that's fine for me, Kirishima said. I jumped down from a roof for training. Well, you could take an afternoon stroll through a minefield, Hitoshi added. The rest of us have to watch where we step. Maybe, Kirishima said thoughtfully. I have never tried. We'd be surprised if you had, Izuku said. And worried, Tenya added. Ready, midnight announced, and the countdown began. Be careful in that corridor, Izuku said at the last moment. With this many people, it is going to be tight. Basically, it's the first obstacle, and we are going to be very vulnerable if we get stuck. Start, midnight announced. And so, the race was on. As Izuku predicted, it only took a few seconds for everyone to get stuck. In the initial rush, he had gotten ahead of Hitoshi and Tenya, and was now squeezed between some other students with the crowd's pressure only increasing. One of the students next to him yelped as she saw him, but couldn't get out of arm's reach like people usually did. Deciding it was time to get out of there, Izuku twisted, so that his back wasn't completely pressed against another person. As he did, there was a rapid clinging sound he had only heard a few times during hero training. His back bulged as the jets opened and pushed open slits sewn into his uniform. The jets flared and launched him off the ground just in time as a layer of ice spread across the entire floor, freezing everyone's feet on the floor. It was a smart move from Todoroki, assuming he could do it without causing mass injuries from frost. Still unable to fly properly, Izuku put his feet on the wall and pushed off it with extra boost from his jets to jump between the walls of the corridor. Surprisingly, many other people were also still on the move, especially from his class. With a quick glance behind him, Izuku even saw Hitoshi sitting on some other student's shoulder, away from the ice. Then he was out of the tunnel and decided it was better to land and run the normal way. He wouldn't want to break anything in front of such a large audience, and Todoroki was only a little ahead of him. It was time to test if all of the running during training had been good enough. It seemed so as he was gaining on his two-faced opponent. Suddenly he hit the brakes and with a jump to the side avoided a swing from a robot, one of the ones from the entrance exam. I guess it is smart to use them for more than a single exam per year, Izuku muttered. After another sudden change of direction and a flash of the dragon blade, an arm of the robot fell on the ground. A few more swings cut its body into pieces and separated a large armor piece from its chest. But by then a very large shadow had fallen on Izuku and every other contestant who had gotten this far. He looked up at the two enormous zero-point robots. They clearly wanted to see how well the students could avoid and get past the robots rather than destroy them, but that was still a little. Over a matter of seconds, one of the robots froze still, literally. Izuku glanced down to see Todoroki run past the robot's feet. Izuku licked his lips, pushing back on the urge to run after Todoroki just to try to get his quirk. Izuku had to shake his head to clear his thoughts, by which time some other students had passed him, and then the robot began falling down. Izuku barely caught a glimpse of a familiar redhead before the giant hit the ground and filled his vision. He attacked and defended in one hit. Present Mike kept narrating like this was just a regular thing. Kirishima. Izuku shouted and jet jumped on top of the husk. He started looking for any weaknesses or point that would be easier to cut into. Then a loud thump echoed through the metal, then another, and another. With a creak and bang, a fist punched through the frozen hull, followed by a lot of red hair. I am alive. A weight dropped from Izuku's shoulders, but he was also visibly drooling. And not because the sharp metal had cut long slashes into Kirishima's clothes during his climb through the robot. Why did the best quirks so often appear in people he didn't want to take quirks from? He'd have to rescale his estimates of the redhead's durability again. Luckily, Kirishima didn't notice Izuku staring at him like a starved wolf at a steak dinner. Man, Todoroki, if that had been anyone but me, they would be dead. He had barely finished the words when another fist, this one shining like metal, punched through the armor. I am alive. Besides having a similar quirk, the other boy was as loud as Kirishima, but he was someone Izuku didn't have strong feelings about. Explosions around them and against the remaining one-pointers broke him out of his thoughts. Kirishima was already running again alongside the other students, while complaining something about them being the same. Izuku took a few steps after them when an idea hit him. He glanced back, looking for the metal piece he had broken off and then ran back to it. Present mixed narration of the contest that was ever present in the whole area noted him with loud confusion. Izuku set the flattish plate of metal on the ground and formed his dragon blade into a small, thick shield and pressed it against the metal to create roughly foot-sized dents. After hesitating for a moment and waving his hand over the smoking metal, Izuku stepped onto the plate, held onto the front edge, and braced as he let the jets loose. Sliding against the ground on the piece of metal made it much easier to balance than trying to actually fly. He zoomed ahead like a train and started passing other students left and right. This included Kirishima and the other student with a hardening-type quirk who were still running right next to each other, seemingly totally even, which was impressive from the other guy. A bunch of people that hadn't had to spend time climbing through a giant robot had stopped and gathered ahead. Izuku leaned to the side to not hit them, but it wasn't easy to stop, and he noticed why the others had stopped too late. The plate slid past the edge of a giant chasm. The school actually did try to push them down a bottomless pit. It was too late to back down. Izuku could only double down. He pushed the power of his jets and leaned back, so after an initial drop he flew upwards, briefly bouncing again on one of the stone pillars standing up from the chasm, and kept flying towards the other edge. He felt like he would make it, except he was coming in a bit too low. Izuku's eyes locked on the edge of the cliff as he stood a bit straighter on the armor plate and jumped. Without the extra weight, he launched up at a much greater acceleration. He just had to focus on going straight until he passed the edge. Izuku shut the jets and landed gracefully, rolling once to soften the landing. He turned around to face the students on the other side. Tenya was sliding along one of the ropes stretched over the chasm, while others were trying to walk on them more traditionally. Sadly, he couldn't see Hitoshi anywhere. After a moment of concern, he accepted he could only focus on winning. Todoroki also was no longer on that side of the obstacle, so Izuku turned and ran. He had already cut deep into Todoroki's lead, and anger at the two-faced bastard's disregard for everyone else's safety pushed Izuku's feet forward even faster. It didn't take long for Izuku to see his enemy ahead, except Todoroki wasn't running anymore. "It's a minefield," Present Mike announced. "Minefield?" Izuku muttered. "Did I give Toshi a fortune-telling quirk at some point? They can't be actual landmines." Thankfully, Present Mike explained something about them not being that, but still not something you'd want to step on. Izuku focused on the slight signs of where the mines were buried, tapping into some calm mind to improve his focus as explosions started going off behind him. Still, there had to be a faster way. Trying to fly with his jets would just make him land face first in the minefield. That might need regeneration no matter how much the school said they weren't real mines. So if he couldn't just fly over the mines, his only options were either pushing through or clearing the mines. Without Kirishima's quirk, the first option was not going to be any faster than he was already doing. Todoroki could have done so by making an ice path over the minefield, but he should have done that before others caught up to take advantage of that. The only option then was to clear the mines. Izuku stopped and looked at his hand. He reached out, pointing his hand at the ground at what he thought to be a safe distance away, and with a blue flash an explosive hellfire arrow detonated against the ground. Pink smoke filled the air as the fake mines detonated, leaving behind a small crater that was safe to land on. Izuku crouched and jumped. With a small burst from his jets, he cleared the several meters of mines before landing in the crater. He had to lean forward and press his hand on the ground at the edge of the crater to stop his momentum, but otherwise it was a flawless landing. Izuku smirked and fired another hellfire arrow a little further away. He wouldn't want others to be able to use the craters too easily. After repeating the process 2 more times, he leaped past Todoroki. "You aren't going to beat me like that," he taunted as he passed his opponent. "And Midoriya takes the lead." Present Mike screamed. Izuku pushed the man's ear-splitting voice out of his mind and focused on his next big leap. The edge of the minefield wasn't much further, 2 or 3 leaps at most. He was so deeply focused on what he was doing that he almost missed the familiar rapid sound approaching from behind. Only the constant vigilance cultivated by his father's air cannon training warned him of the approaching stream of ice. It was coming straight at him while he was in the middle of a leap. The image of an ice pillar rising from the floor and trapping Ojiro during the second day of combat training flashed in Izuku's mind. He twisted around midair, falling almost upside down, and pointed his hand at the approaching ice. Fires around his hand flashed extremely bright for a second as he pushed the quirk's limits and released the largest blast he could, at least with the limited time he had. The blast sunk into the approaching ice, and in the calm mind-induced focus it seemed like it took forever to explode. When it did, the ice simply disappeared, creating a shockwave as some of it turned immediately into steam. Both Izuku and Todoroki got pushed by the blast. Todoroki was pushed back, but at least he started with his feet firmly on the ground and could create an ice wall to brace against. Izuku was pushed forward, but he had already been mid-air and was now spinning uncontrollably as he missed the safe crater he had created. Instead, he was heading rapidly toward the ground filled with mines, his landing only briefly delayed by the extra altitude gained from the shockwave. Without the calm mind, he could never have focused on responding properly while being tossed like a ragdoll. The edge of the minefield wasn't too far. Izuku's jets opened wide as he waved his hands, trying to uselessly control his spin. At the exact fraction of a second he was facing the right direction, they flared at full power, launching him forward, 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. He passed the last mines. Now he only needed to deal with the ground, which was approaching rapidly. Approaching very rapidly. Izuku bent, arching his posture just in time before the impact, even allowing his body to flex and bend as much as possible and rolling on the ground to expend the rest of his momentum. It still hurt. It didn't feel like he'd broken anything major, but he couldn't rule out breaking something. At least as long as any injuries weren't visible to anyone else, he could heal them without concern. With the last bit of his momentum and a little push, he was back on his feet and running. The pain of the impact disappeared quickly, and he was in a clear lead approaching the stadium again. "Your class is amazing, Eraserhead. What the heck are you teaching them?" Present Mike asked. Aizawa was decent enough to not take the honor for his students' work at least. "This has nothing to do with me. They are driven forward by each other, and their work ethic has been exceptional, especially for Midoriya. The end of the school day has only been a reason to train somewhere else for him, and those closest to him. Most people don't bother paying enough attention to notice that." That was actually the nicest thing anyone had said about Izuku in public, except maybe for Tenya's, Hitoshi's, and Kirishima's comments to random reporters. If the man didn't suspect Izuku and wasn't trying to get Izuku to drop his guard, he might have teared up a little. He entered the long, dark corridor leading back into the arena. In the enclosed space, he could soon hear the running steps following him with the clinging of the ice even closer. But even if Todoroki had been faster, it was already too late. Izuku left the darkness, stepping into the light and noise of the fully packed stadium. "Izuku Midoriya is our champion." Outside of the arena, in sight of a screen showing the race, a fist hit and sunk into a concrete wall. "That villain brat again," Death Arms muttered. Chapter 37. The Cavalry Battle. It wasn't loud. Izuku couldn't deny that. With so many people, the stadium could never be completely quiet for long. But for a stadium of that size, when a winner of a race was declared, it could as well have been a library as soon as the echo of Present Mick's voice waned. Some people cheered, not worrying about more than the resolution of the race. Others were surprised silent, seeing how the number 2 hero's son was overtaken so explosively. Many had issues accepting who had done it. Izuku could feel all of the suspicious and even outright hostile stares, numbering higher than he could count in a day. He swallowed and hung onto the calm mind to remain standing straight and not wither under the pressure of the crowd as soon as he was no longer focused on the race. He turned to face the entryway he had just come through, focusing his worries at the stream of other students that eventually started coming through behind Todoroki. Surprisingly, Tenya did not come third, but fourth. Tokoyami came fifth. Kirishima was not far behind him at sixth. His clothes, and especially pants, seemed even more worn out than after the robot. Izuku made a mental note to find video of the competition to see if he actually strolled through the minefield without caring about the actual mines. Izuku smirked at the thought, briefly forgetting what little tension calm mind couldn't cover. After Kirishima, there were many foreign faces, and some familiar ones. Izuku's previous smirk disappeared as the number of students reaching the finish line grew, and one specific one was missing from the group. Almost 20 students had already completed the race. How many were going to pass to the next round? Hey Midoriya, Dark Shadow shouted. Having reached out from Tokoyami to hover over Izuku, he pointed into the tunnel. Are you looking for him? Izuku blinked and followed the shadowy limb until he caught a glimpse of familiar indigo hair behind another student. Hitoshi started running a little faster and passed the other student, coming into full view. Without even thinking, Izuku joined the crowd of students cheering and shouting encouragement at their still racing classmates and friends. After passing a few other students, Hitoshi finally crossed the finish line around 20th, maybe 19th by Izuku's count. It had to be enough. Hitoshi leaned his hands against his knees, seemingly unsteady on his feet and gasping for air. At least he had given his all, though Izuku would still have to add stamina exercises to his training. Izuku ran to his side and tapped his back. Great job. You. Hitoshi gasped for more air. Think so? There are like 200 students. You got into the top 10%. That is really good without a physical quirk in a contest like that. I guess. Hopefully it is enough. There are still 2 more rounds, including the final tournament. They are going to need at least 30 to 50 people to make it interesting. Hitoshi smiled a little. Well, it's not your worst motivational speech. I worried you'd threaten me with more training to be faster. You should watch your words, Nostradamus, Izuku said, smirking devilishly. So far your predictions have come true. I knew it. You sure did. Izuku grabbed Hitoshi's hand, helping him stand back straight up. It was better not to show any physical weakness to the already biased audience. At least that includes predicting the winner. You didn't think it would be Tenya? Izuku asked and glanced at the speedster in question who had joined them. Before you got those jets maybe, but the obstacles were a wild card you were always going to handle better. Probably true, Tenya admitted. The mines completely negated my quirk. Well, I thought it was fun, Kirishima said, reminding Izuku of his presence. He turned to face the redhead. Are you sure you are okay? Yeah, why you ask? Those mines weren't that bad, kind of tickled. Why? Izuku's voice rose, and he repeatedly poked Kirishima's chest. You got crushed by that robot, basically got a building dropped on you and just kept running. Forget taking my punches or blasts. That is on a completely different level. By the time he stopped speaking, Izuku had a notebook and pen in his hand, though he stopped to rub his now sore poking finger before he could start writing. Where? Tokoyami started asking. Don't, Hitoshi said. It will be better for your sanity to not ask. Could all the students currently present gather here to hear the results? Midnight called. Izuku stopped his note-taking while they walked. Kirishima, he said quietly to the redhead walking in front of him. Yeah. Don't ever complain about your quirk being too simple or weak again, or I'll buy one of those robots and drop it on you again. Is that supposed to be a threat? Kirishima grinned. Both Tenya and Hitoshi sighed. Soon after, Izuku was proven correct in his earlier estimate as Midnight announced a total of 42 students would move on to the next contest. Izuku softly elbowed Hitoshi. See, not even close, Nostradamus. How long are you going to call me that? I'm not Sir Night-Eye or anything. You could have fooled me. Since when? Shush, Tenya hissed. She is about to tell us about the next contest. The next up is... Midnight declared as the potential competitions rotated on the screen, a cavalry battle. Gears started rotating in Izuku's head as soon as he realized the team nature of this specific event while Midnight started explaining the rules. Teams of 2 to 4, one is a rider that isn't allowed to touch the ground, taking points in headbands that were based on the results of the first race, and the winner of the first race started with 10 million points. Midnight declared. If people's attention had moved away from Izuku since his win, it now returned in full force, and some of the people that had been shocked at him winning mixed an increasingly jeering tone in the cacophony while the other students were already looking for teammates anywhere else. Not that that was ever going to be different. Izuku's real problem was that he was already surrounded by more people than he could have in his team. The thought helped him keep standing in the face of all this without relying on the calm mind. Kirishima might have been their resident walking shield, but Hitoshi, Tenya, and Tokoyami did a pretty good job too at that moment. You have 10 minutes to form the teams. Make it count. Kirishima turned around. So, can I team up with you? No one can drop you with me as your horse. I'd be glad to, but we really have to think about this. A team can only have 4 people, and we should think how our quirks and skills work together. You don't need to worry about me, Tokoyami said. I don't want to make your team building more difficult. Don't even think about it, Hitoshi said. That's not how this works. You will team up with Izuku. Tokoyami looked confused and glanced at Izuku, who shrugged his shoulders. I wasn't asked about this, but it makes sense. Dark Shadow and your jets would work well together, Hitoshi interrupted. A light turned on in Tenya's head. I see. Dark Shadow could be the wings he needs to balance his flight. Exactly. Also other reasons, Hitoshi said. That's 2. Now we just need to agree on the other 2. Kirishima rubbed his head. I guess it is going to be you 2 then.
No worries.
I know a couple other people to ask. Hitoshi smirked and opened his mouth, probably to repeat what he had told Tokoyami. Actually, Tenya should go to another team, Izuku interrupted, getting 4 surprised stares. Izuku gave Tenya an apologetic look. Your quirk is one of the best for this kind of contest, but it is no use to you if the rest of us can't keep up. If you can find teammates who can, you can show your abilities better. You should ask Yaoyorozu. If she can make roller skates or something, you can pull the whole team along at top speed. I understand, that is a good plan. Also, Izuku said and glanced at the two-faced classmate who was surrounded by people wanting to team up with him. See if you can get into a team with Todoroki. He needs someone with more patience than me. Tenya's expression turned more serious. I'll do my best, but if we are going to be in different teams, you should know I will also have to do my best to beat you. Not doing so would be wrong towards our fellow students. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Tenya nodded and ran to look for Yaoyorozu. Izuku turned to look at his team. Wings, a battering ram, and psychological warfare. Yes, he could make this work. Kirishima, Dark Shadow. I can use my jets to move us quickly, but it is going to take a lot of effort to hold us all together, especially while evading others' attacks. We'll count on your strength to keep us all together. Can you do that? Kirishima smirked and hardened his arm. You can count on me. Even those robots couldn't pull us apart before the battle is over. How about me? Hitoshi asked and got an evil smirk in response. You are our first line of offense. Just hang on and do everything the exact opposite of what you did when we first met. Let loose and mess with people as much as you can. I want Ojiro to see nightmares about today for the rest of the school year. Hitoshi's smirk was, for Izuku, like looking in a mirror. Such revelry in the dark, Tokoyami commented. At the time to start the contest, Izuku took his position sitting on the arms of his friends, with Kirishima as his front horse, Hitoshi on the rear right and Tokoyami on the rear left. Kirishima hardened his arms, and Izuku felt like he was sitting on a stone throne. Dark Shadow took his position under those arms, twisting his shape to grab Izuku's legs, which sunk into the dark mass. That was a strange sensation. Izuku observed the other teams. Most of them were focused on him, and especially his headband of more than 10 million points. Izuku briefly lit his dragon blades, stretching them to their full length on both sides in a clear challenge. Come if you dare. At least Tenya had gotten his ideal team with Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, with an interesting addition of Kaminari. Did they have any specific plan for their electric classmate? At least their team would be a challenge for Hitoshi to mess with, as all of them were classmates quite familiar with his quirks. Are you ready? Midnight asked the teams scattered across the arena. A bunch of fools focused on Izuku's headband. Get ready, Dark Shadow. We are going to move quickly, Izuku muttered just loud enough for his team to hear. The quirk creature spread out wings to each side of their team. Go! As expected, most of the teams rushed straight towards Izuku's team, though there were exceptions. Izuku paid attention especially to Class B's quirk copier Monoma. He hadn't confronted the annoying blonde since their first meeting, but it seemed that might yet be ahead during the festival. The ground ahead of Izuku's team began glinting and seemed to have waves like it was liquid. Izuku's jets flared, and despite pulling his team up, he could also feel Dark Shadow pushing him and them up. If that was true, Tokoyami should have been able to fly. They easily left the ground before the liquefied ground reached them. Kirishima's arms under Izuku didn't even bend at the sudden motion. Izuku leaned forward, and they glided over the arena on Dark Shadow's wings. He glanced back, confirming that Tokoyami and Hitoshi were still hanging on for their lives. The initial shock and even a hint of fear soon made room for the thrill and excitement of their flight. Toshi, you better get to work. Tail approaching. A team consisting of Ojiro, Ishido, Shiro, and Aoyama approached from their side. Aoyama as the rider pushed his stomach out. Izuku twisted to the side, redirecting his jets. Incoming. Dark Shadow tried to follow his motion, and they did barely avoid a direct hit from the laser, but Izuku still had to shield his eyes. Dark Shadow screamed like he had been on fire, and the lift Izuku had felt from him disappeared. His jets were still pushing them, but now he had to hold his legs around Kirishima's arms, while Hitoshi and Tokoyami were really just hanging from the redhead's grip. Also, they were suddenly veering to the left. "Get ready for landing," Izuku shouted, and leaned his body further back to keep Hitoshi and Tokoyami higher, relatively speaking. "Kirishima, it's going to be a hard landing." "Got it." Izuku didn't have much control for where they landed, but he was able to make sure Kirishima hit the floor first, cracking the surface as he touched down. He staggered for a few steps, but managed to come to a stop. Hitoshi and Tokoyami had their own struggles, but Izuku's seat remained almost still as they found their footing again. He swung his arm, cutting and lighting on fire a tape Shiro launched at him. He quickly formed a flaming shield and blocked a second laser burst. "Turn to face them," he commanded. The others turned just in time for a shot aimed at Tokoyami beyond Izuku's arm's reach to hit Kirishima instead. After his earlier false alarm, Izuku didn't even bother asking if he was okay. If anything, the attack seemed to excite Kirishima as he began charging at the approaching team at high speed. "Let's get him," he declared. Izuku had no issue with that. They didn't need the points but couldn't escape properly as long as Aoyama was after them. With Kirishima and Izuku's fire shields now facing the same direction, the follow-up laser shots didn't even slow them down. Dark Shadow, Izuku commanded the quirk creature now hiding behind Tokoyami. "Grab the headband while they focus on us."
No.
Izuku blocked another laser blast on that side. "We won't let them hit you, but they won't stop until we make them understand they will lose wasting time and losing points on us. You want Tokoyami to win, right?" "Yes, okay." "Hey Ojiro," Hitoshi shouted. He probably used also his surprise quirk, considering how their tailed classmate jolted and staggered, almost bringing his entire team down and forcing them to a near full stop. Izuku's team passed them before they could regain their balance. Dark Shadow bounced from Tokoyami like a spring, and Aoyama's headband seemed to simply disappear in the blink of an eye. "Thank you," Hitoshi shouted after they passed the other team. "If you don't want to get dropped from the contest with 0 points, you might want to find some easier prey." "No way, we are." Ishido responded, "A bad mistake." "Drop Aoyama," Hitoshi commanded. Ishido let go of her team and then pulled on Aoyama's shirt. Ojiro's tail moved to slap her head to break the brainwashing, but it was already too late. Aoyama fell on her, and they both fell on the ground as the whole team collapsed. Dark Shadow handed Izuku their headband. "Team Aoyama is out," Midnight declared. "Don't take this the wrong way, but your quirk can be really scary," Kirishima said as he kept running. "And I'm going to take full advantage of that," Hitoshi responded, breathing a little harder. "Just make sure you can keep talking," Izuku said. "Dark Shadow, how are you feeling?" "Better now that that sparkling guy went away." "Good, get ready to fly again." "Tenya is coming." Izuku paused mid-sentence as a shadow blocked the sun. He flared his jets to move them to the side, just enough to avoid Shoji's extending arm as he fell from the sky. His 6 arms had spread out so that the skin between them formed simple wings, and with Uraraka accompanying Azui on his back, it was no wonder he could launch such a surprise attack. They would all have been effectively weightless as long as Uraraka could use her quirk. Shoji's arm was followed by Azui's tongue slashing out like a whip. Izuku instinctively raised his arm with his flaming shield lit, but resisted the battle instinct to slice straight through the offending appendix. Yelping, Azui pulled her tongue back just before she could properly hit the shield and seriously burn herself. Part of the tongue was left hanging as she seemed to breathe a little faster.
"Sorry."
Izuku shouted genuinely as they kept running away from the trio. "Got to fly." During the incident, Dark Shadow had once again taken his original place, and with a burst of his jets they left the ground just as a wave of ice from Todoroki covered the whole area where they had been standing. Shoji got frozen to the ground but raised his hands up to create a cocoon that completely covered his passengers and the headband Uraraka was wearing. That was until Kaminari reached out to him. Yaoyorozu created some kind of sheet between Kaminari and the rest of their team. Even from high above, Izuku could distinguish the sparks of electricity as Shoji got shocked, and the resulting spasms forced his arms open. A few seconds later their points were gone. "Tenya seems to be doing well for himself," Izuku said. "Yeah," Hitoshi agreed in a bit of a strained voice, as he hung from Kirishima's stone grasp with nothing under his feet again. "Too bad he can't reach us here, huh?" "That's the plan," Izuku said, but he had hardly finished when his eyes widened, and he suddenly jolted their whole team to the side. An ice pillar tens of meters long appeared where they were moments before. "What the?" Kirishima shouted, just before they avoided a second similar attack. Izuku directed them across the field to get more distance between them, and the attacks stopped at least for the moment as Todoroki's team chased after them. Izuku could only salivate following their approach. "Should we keep running, or?" Tokoyami asked. "No, it is a competition. We should do our best," Izuku said, raising his hand. "I hope Tenya made enough progress in our training." Fires lit on the back of Izuku's hand. He drew down the heat and intensity, leaving the flames orange, and then fired the arrows in 3-hit bursts. Tenya saw the first 2 series of flaming arrows, jolting to the side to avoid them. For the third burst, Todoroki whipped up an ice wall between his team and Izuku. The weakened flames did nothing to the wall, and a new pillar of ice launched from it at Izuku's team. It got dodged like all the previous ones. 2 minutes left. Present Mike announced in the background. "I guess we could just hang on up here a little longer," Izuku concluded, moving them back across the arena. "How are you holding up, Kirishima, Dark Shadow?" "Heh, I could keep going till dinner. As long as he doesn't let go of Fumi, I'll be fine." "What are they, H?" It was suddenly a lot brighter. Squinting his eyes, Izuku could barely distinguish large mirror behind the bright light coming from below. "She made a giant mirror," Hitoshi said as they started falling. "I really didn't want to do this again." "I guess we'll have to face them on the ground," Izuku said. "Kirishima, get ready for an emergency landing. Dark Shadow, focus on defense." The landing was just as hard as before, but they managed it just the same and turned to face their approaching opponents. "I'd rather neither of our teams drop at this stage," Izuku said. "There isn't much time left. Try to evade them." "Okay," Kirishima responded and started running to the side. He had to stop after just a few steps as a wall of ice grew in front of them, blocking that side of the arena off from them entirely. A quick glance confirmed that the same had happened on the opposite side. They were trapped in a funnel with ice on 2 sides, the edge of the arena on one and Tenya's team on the 4th. "What now?" Kirishima asked. Meanwhile, Izuku met Todoroki's cold, confident stare and Tenya's more nervous but determined one. "Now we give people the show they came for, a head-on charge. Isn't that the manly thing to do?" "For sure. Let's go." Both teams ran towards each other, but Izuku knew it wasn't that easy. Their opponent's mobility came from Tenya, and he had clearly resolved to give his best. Izuku drew on the calm mind and let it encompass him. Other teams were outside the ice walls, and Dark Shadow was watching their back. They didn't need to exist in Izuku's consciousness. He followed every little motion and twitch of Tenya. Tenya's expression tensed. There was a near imperceptible glow coming from his engine exhaust. Izuku started leaning to the side. Air whooshed against Izuku's hair, and Tenya's team was suddenly behind him. It had been too fast to evade after Tenya started his recipro burst. But Izuku had started dodging before that. He released the calm mind, and his hand went to his forehead where the 10-million-point headband was still firmly held around his head. Turning to face his opponents, Izuku found Todoroki and Tenya both equally stunned at the failure of their attack. Tenya's engines were smoking. "Are you going to be okay by the next round?" Izuku asked. "Yes, but how?" "Even you. I'm no Toshi, but it wasn't that hard to predict. You should have gone after someone who doesn't already know all of your special moves. Anyway, how is melting the Ice Queen going?" "Enough." Todoroki shouted. There were light sparks of fire along his left hand and cheek. We can still get them. Then come and show what you are capable of, Izuku shouted back, lighting a dragon blade on his left hand, the shining blue vibrating blade that could cut through almost anything. Just don't expect to achieve anything with a mere half of your power. A more pronounced flame flashed across Todoroki's sleeve, surprising everyone, most of all himself by the look of things. Staring at your own arm wide-eyed when it was on fire might have been a reasonable reaction for most people for a few nanoseconds before the screaming started, but Todoroki was clearly not harmed by his own flames and kept staring for several seconds before he started patting it with his other hand, and the flames got extinguished. Izuku wanted to smile, thinking Todoroki hadn't completely suppressed that side of him, but he wasn't sure if he was making any positive progress with Todoroki this way. Also, he really wanted to have a taste of that quirk. Time's up. The cavalry battle is over. Present Mike screamed. We did it. Kirishima somehow managed to outdo the pro hero in volume. Izuku slipped down from his arms, and their team finally got to separate. Part of Izuku didn't want that to happen, but a larger part didn't want to make them carry him any longer than they had to. Todoroki did the same, but the expression on his face was darker. Meanwhile, Present Mike started announcing the results. In first place, Team Midoriya. The declaration got some mandatory cheers, but much of the audience were still at least hesitant. In second place, Team Todoroki. It wasn't a bad result, but Izuku couldn't help but wonder how Endeavor had to feel about it. Izuku almost wanted the man to face Hitoshi to find out how many ways he could find to irritate the so-called hero, with son of number 2 being number 2 type remarks after Todoroki had come second twice. In third place, Team Monoma. In fourth place, Team Tetsu. These 16 students move on to the final competition. Now, we'll take an hour's break for lunch before we start the afternoon festivities. I can hardly believe it, Kirishima said, tearing up. We are in the finals for the UA Sports Festival. Hitoshi next to him seemed more stunned at the idea, while rubbing his wrists that had red marks on them from hanging from Kirishima's grip. Tokoyami tried to hold down Dark Shadow, who wanted to celebrate, and Tenya joined them, being greeted by Izuku's smile. Great job getting to the final round, Izuku said. That recipro burst almost got us. I know, but I'm actually happy it didn't, since we all got to move on. Me too, but it doesn't change what happened. Almost isn't good enough for a move you can only use once. Are you talking about that super speed? Kirishima asked. I could barely see you coming before it was already over. Yes, that was what Tenya couldn't have done with us, Izuku said. Did you get a chance to talk with Todoroki at all?
I'm afraid no.
He wasn't any more willing to talk than usual, but I think it was still worth it. Seems so, Izuku said, leaning to look past Tenya at Todoroki, who was walking toward them. Midoriya, can we talk? Privately? Izuku looked at Todoroki for a moment. The choice and tone of his words at least showed some progress. He kept a neutral expression, even let it soften a bit. Sure, but can you do us a favor first? What kind of favor? That last move took a lot out of Tenya. His engines need to cool before he can fully recover. You can use your quirk to do that without freezing him, right? He did it to help your team. Todoroki held up and looked at his right hand and then kneeled, reaching for Tenya's legs. There was something akin to steam as air cooled around his hand and Tenya's legs. Tenya hissed quickly, but it soon changed into a relieved sigh. Thank you, that helped a lot, Tenya said as Todoroki got back up. Todoroki didn't respond. He just looked at Izuku while taking a few steps away from the group. Why don't you guys go on ahead, Izuku said. I'll find you soon. Hitoshi nodded. We can check out the festival area and go get lunch together when you're done. Izuku nodded before following Todoroki. Chapter 38, Shadows of the Past. Izuku followed Todoroki across the arena. Separated from everyone else, he felt 1,000 eyes on him, more so than during the contest, even though the audience was rapidly flowing out. Izuku turned his gaze down to focus on his classmate Todoroki, but on the way his line of sight paused on an entirely different Todoroki instead. Endeavor certainly wasn't one to keep a low profile with the flames constantly burning around his head and shoulders. The scowl on his face would have been more than a match to Izuku's best "leave me alone" face, especially with his lack of practice on it for months now. Izuku realized the scowl had moved to target him. He was now facing eye to eye with the number 2 so-called hero. All Might have held the more overwhelming power, but unlike him, Endeavor's stare held true hostility, and being burned alive was frankly a scarier thought than being smashed into a stain on the wall. Izuku kept that thought away from his face and turned to look at the younger Todoroki with minimal acknowledgement of his father. Todoroki, too, had faced upwards at seeing his father and glanced back at Izuku with a serious, even angry look in his eyes, though not necessarily one targeted at Izuku. They entered a corridor exiting the arena, out of sight of the masses of people finally, but not alone with other students also heading out the same way. Todoroki looked around and picked smaller corridors until they were almost out of the stadium. They both concluded there was no one else present in that exact corridor at the moment. Todoroki turned to face Izuku face to face, alone for the first time. "What are you trying to do?" "What do you mean?" Izuku asked, a bit annoyed by the demanding tone. Then again, the image of Endeavor's scowl returned to Izuku's mind, right next to Tinya's relief at having his engines cooled. "You sent Ida to my team on purpose." "Why?" "Because he is more patient with people who think they're better off not dealing with anyone else," Izuku responded, completely honest for once. "I don't like how you chain yourself to your father, but you might still be able to leave the shadow he has cast." "I don't need your help to leave anything." "You think I'm going to buy that? You beg me to take away half of your quirk just to get rid of it because it ties you to your father, and you have done your best to not let anyone get close since school started. All that while acting like your quirk and power means everyone else is below you. We are on different levels. Maybe in terms of power in a battle, but that doesn't make you a better or more worthwhile person than others. The way you are going to be just like your father, if not worse." The look in Todoroki's eyes hardened, but his mouth moved and there was a small sound, almost like he was gagging. "Never. If nothing changes, you will. Is that why you acted so strange before the tournament started?" "You mean being friendly?" Izuku asked. "If you think it was strange, then maybe Tinya was right that it might help you. He got through to me. You aren't the only one that has been abused and preferred to be alone. Let me guess. All or most people you've ever met only see you as the son of the number 2 and maybe see you for your quirk. So you sent Ida to be friendly with me and not do it yourself? In case you haven't noticed, I don't have Tinya's patience or even Kirishima's thick skin to help with that. And you think you can get me to accept my father by being friendly?" "No," Izuku responded, his voice sterner than before. "He doesn't deserve that. We just don't want him to drag you down with him. He has already ruined enough lives. You don't know the half of it." "Oh, I doubt that. The way he has raised you to look at people, you probably don't even see most of the people he has hurt. Every time a kid gets bullied for not having a sufficiently heroic quirk," Izuku made quotation mark gestures with his hands as he said the word heroic, "that is partially your father's fault. Same when someone with a quirk well suited to actually hurting people gets encouraged or not held to same standards as others, and has their ego stroked until it rots through. You are in the latter group. So you don't want me to accept my father, but also refusing him and his power is wrong?" "Your power," Izuku corrected. "It is your power. You control how it is used and how you view it, and that is all that matters." "It's not. You wouldn't understand." "You really think so?" Izuku said and held his arm sideways in front of him. The dragon blade lit over his hand. "You were at least born with your power. It's not your father's any more than the rest of you. This quirk belonged to a criminal who thought kidnapping a middle schooler off the street was a good way to make some money. Wouldn't be surprised if he was a murderer too. The fire itself is certainly more than powerful enough to kill people and can do that in very gruesome ways. The jets in my back belonged to a criminal that tried to murder Hitoshi and Tokoyami, and I don't think we were his first victims." Todoroki looked at Izuku for a long time as his face twisted between different emotions. "Doesn't that disturb you at all?" "I have thought about it sometimes," Izuku admitted. "But right now they are my quirks. I decide what to do with them, and whether they are used for good or bad depends on my choices. What the original owners think or did with them doesn't really matter. Can you imagine if I refused to use my blades because of who they came from? People might already be dead because of it if I had. Well, at least you aren't doing exactly what those people wanted you to do. If I thought what they wanted would be the right thing to do, I would still do it. Then maybe I don't think it is right to use the fire. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Fine, if that is what you want, but you are only letting your father destroy you more. Maybe, but Todoroki couldn't find the words he wanted to say, and his usually emotionless or arrogant expression was replaced by one of confusion and, perhaps desperation. Izuku wished he had brought Tenya and Hitoshi. They were better at this stuff. Izuku was only better than Todoroki in this situation for the sole fact that he had somewhat recognized his issues, so he wasn't the best person to be giving a lecture on it, but he would just have to make do. Eventually, Izuku broke his stare of Todoroki and sighed. I can't make you use your fire, but don't expect to win on your ice alone, especially the way you use it. What do you mean? Well, Izuku started, but paused, having gotten an idea. I'll tell you if you join us for lunch. Todoroki pressed his lips together before starting to respond. I don't think. Endeavor would hate to see his son hanging out with the quirk stealer, don't you think? Todoroki blinked, then seemed thoughtful for a few seconds. Are you trying to manipulate me again? The word you are looking for is being friendly. You should try it. I can't teach you to, but you can copy Tenya or Kirishima. Toshi might be more difficult. I don't think you are quick-witted enough with your words to match his style. Todoroki hummed skeptically. Izuku turned to leave. Are you coming? I'll gladly help you piss off Endeavor. Fine, Todoroki responded and followed Izuku out of the dark corridor. In moments, the quiet privacy of that corridor was replaced by the noise and carnival-like activity of the festival stalls around the arena. Izuku glanced occasionally behind him to make sure Todoroki was still following. One such time he almost missed rapid steps coming from ahead of him and barely stopped in time to avoid colliding with a little boy, probably 6 or 7 years old, who had ran in front of him and Todoroki. Hey, I know you. You were at the arena? Asahi. A young tall man, probably in his early 30s, ran out from behind other people. As soon as there was no one but the kid between them, the man's eyes locked onto Izuku. He grabbed the kid's arm quickly and clearly more tightly than necessary as the kid grimaced. Asahi, come away from him. That's the quirk stealer. He pulled the kid away from Izuku and partially behind himself, placing himself between the kid and Izuku, his intent clear. Did he touch you? The man asked the kid. No, why? The kid didn't get to ask his question. Can you still use your quirk? Use it right now. The kid, still looking confused, held up his hand and it glowed a bright white light, like a tiny sun. Was it just a simple light quirk, or something more like a laser, or a healing quirk with light as a side effect? Seeing this, the man focused on Izuku. Stay away from my son. Izuku sighed with the tired expression on his face. He often had to deal with people like this. In case you didn't notice, he ran to us. Also, no, I don't go around stealing quirks from kids. That is what you would say. Stay away from my son, and don't think you can trick us by hiding behind Endeavor's son. Pretty sure he is behind me, Izuku said, channeling a bit of Hitoshi in his tone. Now, if you excuse us, or not, we need to get lunch before the final tournament. Your son seems to be excited about it, and it would be a shame to disappoint him with a weak performance. Izuku walked around the father and son without giving the man a chance to throw any more empty accusations at him. He only glanced back to make sure he hadn't lost Todoroki in the incident. The two-faced classmate was still following him, looking back as they went. When he turned his head to face forward, his expression was thoughtful, and he glanced to the sides with new comments about the quirk stealer being made around them. People had been surprisingly able to miss Izuku's presence in the buzz of the festival, but the overprotective father had dragged their full attention straight to Izuku, and people in his way parted to the sides. Todoroki took advantage of the extra space, and with a few faster steps caught up to Izuku. Is this usual? Since the media found out about me, this is pretty much how most people realize they are too close to me for comfort. Izuku paused. Seriously speaking, you should probably consider if you want to be seen with me like this. Would it annoy Endeavor? Definitely. Izuku's tense expression eased a little. That man already recognized you as his son, probably only as his son. Then I think I want to stay around, at least until the tournament begins. I appreciate the company, Izuku said. Speaking of which, we need to find the others. And you need to keep your promise. You were going to say something about my ice. Not the quirk itself, probably, Izuku responded, welcoming the distraction. Have you ever tried to control it more? I can control it just fine. You can use it and draw out a lot of power, or ice in this case, but that doesn't mean you have mastered it. I could draw a lot of power from my jet quirk after a couple of days training, but I still can't use them much without landing on my face. You can create a lot of ice, but so far you have only shown enough control over the quirk to point it at a general direction and know roughly where to stop it. There is usually no precision or finer control, or at least you have never shown any. I can use my ice well without landing on my face. You might be taking my comparison too literally. What I am trying to say is if the way you use your quirk is because of limitations in the quirk or the way you have been taught to use it. When your father made your train, how much about your training was on drawing out your quirk's power or just getting stronger? Isn't that the whole point of training? Izuku sighed. So he did. You are refusing to use half of your, Izuku emphasized the your part, quirk, and he has even managed to mess up how you use the other half. I still don't understand. When you use your quirk, you just make more ice until you get what you want. I doubt that is anywhere near the full potential of your quirk, or even that half of it. You don't even try to control how the ice forms in any detail. Everyone thinks you are insanely powerful, but simple power isn't everything. If your enemy can avoid or destroy the large ice attack, you are going to be in trouble right away with little options. When Toshi avoided your attack in the battle training on the second day, all you could do was to repeat the same attack until he ran out of space in the room. As Izuku glanced at Todoroki, the two-faced classmate at least seemed thoughtful, following his words. He turned to face forward again. Hi, a pink-haired girl with strange goggles said, her face right in front of Izuku's. He barely stopped in time to not collide with her. She didn't seem to mind and kept talking quickly. My name is Hatsum. You are the guy who wants to buy quirks. Izuku took a moment to process the girl's words and the feeling he had seen her before. She was wearing a UA gym uniform, so? You were in the competition. Sure was. I'm from the support course. Do you really want to buy quirks? Yes, Izuku responded slowly. Cool. Will you buy mine? Now Izuku was really taken aback, and if he was surprised, he couldn't even imagine how Todoroki had to feel. Why would you give up your quirk? Todoroki asked as if on K. Will for money, of course. That is the whole point of selling stuff. If my quirk can fund more of my babies, why not sell it? Babies? Izuku and Todoroki asked at the same time. My inventions, support items, and others, she announced loudly, getting more excited with every word. Surely you saw some of them during the obstacle race at least? No, Izuku and Todoroki answered at the same time. Ah well, I only bothered with the sports festival to be seen by business people that could invest in my babies. But when you said you'd buy quirks, I figured I could make more babies with that money. So how about it? You can have my amazing quirk for just 30 million yen. Hold on, Izuku said. You haven't even told me what your quirk is yet. Oh, I didn't. It is really handy, especially for a hero looking for villains or people to save. It is called Zoom. My eyes can zoom into distant things. I can see things up to 5 kilometers away. Doesn't sound that powerful, Todoroki said. What did I just say about power? Izuku responded and rubbed his chin, thinking about the quirk. It could certainly be useful in some situations, especially combined with his Hellfire Arrow or other long-ranged or vision-based quirks. Still, he had to be careful to not carelessly blow his quirk budget on something that could turn out better or worse than expected. He focused on Hatsum again. That's what your quirk can do, but how about its limitations? Are there any costs or side effects? Not really. Might take some time to learn to focus properly, and you probably don't want to move while zoomed in initially if you don't want to trip. Seems logical, Izuku responded. It is a decent utility quirk, even if a bit situational. I'll pay 10 million. That's not enough. Not going to fund many babies. I'll need at least 30. It is useful, but not that exceptional of a quirk. I'll pay 15. Not enough babies. I'll need at least 20. Izuku pressed his lips together. You said you invent a lot of babies. Are you any good at it? Hatsum smirked and showed him a thumbs up. The best. So, Izuku started. If you were really the best, it probably wouldn't be too hard for you to solve a little acoustic challenge. I'll pay you 15 for the quirk and another 5 million if you can come up with what I need. Depends on what it is that you need? Hatsum asked, but Izuku already had an open notebook on hand he showed her. She looked at it for a long time as her eyes widened and there was a grin. Yeah, that is possible, but it is going to be 20 million plus materials, and I want the 15 for my quirk first. Agreed. So, what now? I'll get us a contract. Izuku brought his hand to his pocket, only to realize he didn't keep his phone with him during the contests. Later. It'll probably need your parents' agreement. Leave that to me. You just make sure you have the money ready. It already is, Izuku assured. Hatsum gave him another thumbs up and started walking away. Good luck for the tournament. I already dropped out of the contest, so I'll go work on that other thing. See ya. She would give up her quirk? Todoroki said, seemingly unable to wrap his head around the idea. You just asked me to take your quirk away yesterday, and I didn't even offer to pay you. That shut Todoroki up, or perhaps he was just too confused with his feelings on the topic to get any words out. Izuku continued walking past the festival stalls with a confused Todoroki. People were still looking at him like he was a plague patient, but at least the surprise encounter had raised his spirits. He mostly succeeded at keeping his expressions under control while excitedly imagining all the possible applications of the Zoom quirk. It might have even made finding his friends in this crowd easier, not that he could see very far among all of the people. Also, Kirishima's hair was like a signal torch shining from the camera flashes of a small crowd surrounding him, Tenya, and Tokoyami. Izuku looked around but didn't find Hitoshi. Kirishima was the first to notice him and started waving. The crowd around them started quickly scattering as Izuku waved back, his hand almost brushing against one of the bystanders. The woman stared at him for several seconds, then jolted away, like a cartoon character that only falls after a delay once they realize they have walked off a cliff. At least it cleared Izuku's way to the trio. Each of them noted the people's reaction with tense glares, but seemed to at least have been in high spirits. Tenya had a full-liter bottle of orange juice to refuel his engines, and Kirishima had finally gotten a change of clothes to replace those torn up when he climbed through a giant robot. Did they leave? Dark Shadow asked, peeking out of Tokoyami. Yes, Tokoyami responded. Good, too flashy. You should keep Midoriya around as long as there is a crowd. He's a really good scare people. Somehow the dark quirk creature always managed to pull Izuku's lips upwards, even talking about subjects that usually did the opposite, but something was still missing. There was no clever comment about the effect Dark Shadow had on him. Where's Toshi? I am not sure, Tenya responded. He said he saw someone familiar and disappeared just as people started noticing us. Unfortunately, Dark Shadow interrupted. He might have been a good scare people too. Can you stretch up and see if you can spot him? Izuku asked, pointing up. Sure thing. Dark Shadow gave his equivalent of a thumbs up and started raising upwards, stretching up as a narrow black line from Tokoyami. He got surprisingly high. Izuku thought back to the lift Dark Shadow had given in the cavalry battle as he looked at Tokoyami. Tokoyami, he said, getting all four's attention, have you ever tried to fly with Dark Shadow? Let him carry you? Fly. Tokoyami responded. No, I doubt that would work since he is already tied to me. Tied maybe, but he's clearly not dependent on that to move. You don't seem impacted as he moves, and he helped keep us up during the cavalry battle. You should experiment more on what you can do. Tokoyami scratched his beak, considering the proposal as Dark Shadow came down and pointed towards the main building. That way, behind the ice cream stall with some other people. Show the way, Izuku said. Hopefully he's not getting ice cream right before the tournament. Dark Shadow started moving, and they followed. After a few steps, Izuku glanced at Tokoyami. Sorry if asking Dark Shadow's help is intrusive. It could be since we are bound together, but we were supposed to find Shinso and go have lunch together, so it really doesn't matter. At least he isn't threatening you anymore. Dark Shadow was already in front of the ice cream booth, waving towards its back. What was Hitoshi doing there? Izuku walked a bit faster and was the first to pass Dark Shadow. He stopped at the corner of the booth. What's wrong? Afraid the school sees the villain you are if you get in trouble with quests? Look who is talking. You are too afraid to even talk to me, Hitoshi responded. It was quiet for a long moment after that. Izuku peeked around the corner. The three people talking to Hitoshi had their backs towards Izuku, but he recognized the middle one who had spoken. They were the bullies from when he had first met Hitoshi. Part of him wanted to hug them for their role in that. "Stop smirking," the head bully said and swung his fist against empty air. Hitoshi's head yanked to the side, and there was a drop of blood on his lip. Now all of Izuku just wanted them to suffer. Their mistake. That's still all you got? Hitoshi asked in a mocking tone. You know I fought Endeavor's son, and trained with a couple of people that could turn either of our bones to dust in a single strike. You think you can threaten me like this? There was a long silence, just long enough to make sure Hitoshi couldn't use his quirk. I can make sure you won't be in any shape to stay in the tournament, and if you try to stop me you'll be in trouble for assaulting a festival visitor. You might have managed to worm into UA with that other villain, but do you think they're going to keep you after that? I could ask you the same. You might go to AB level hero school, but how would they feel about their student being caught starting fights in another school? Not that you'd have much chance graduating without a quirk anyway. Without WH? Hi, Izuku said, making sure to keep his hand open, ready to use all for one if he so chose. The trio spun around so quickly one would have thought they had super speed quirks. Izuku continued, still a bigoted bully I see. The other two bullies took a few steps to the side, visibly tense, but at least the head bully was brave or stupid enough to stand his ground. You really are a quirk stealer. Considering how careful you are with your words when talking to me, Hitoshi started. It's surprising you'd start like that with Izuku. The head bully bit his teeth together until the window for brainwashing had passed. It doesn't matter. If he even tries to steal my quirk, you're both done. We'll tell people you assaulted us, and who do you think they're going to trust, villain? If you want to play that game, I suspect they might be more willing to trust the brother of Ingenium and a son of Endeavor more than some second-rate school bully, Izuku answered. Oh, hi Todoroki, Hitoshi said. Surprising to see you here. Todoroki didn't answer anything in words, but probably nodded or something before Hitoshi moved his attention back to the bullies. What the hell did you do to get people like them to side with you? Is this some new kind of brainwashing, or I guess you could have made them do something to blackmail them with? Just something more to show people what you are. Or maybe we just like him more than you, Izuku said, which isn't a high bar. Yeah, Dark Shadow declared, looming somewhere above Izuku. The head bully gritted his teeth. He squeezed one hand in a fist like preparing to use his quirk again. Izuku's gaze turned dark, and he raised his open hand, ready to elevate the guy from a bully to a quirkless dead man walking if he attacked Hitoshi again. Don't do anything stupid if you want to see tomorrow. Izuku, Hitoshi said, carefully now focused on Izuku rather than the bully. It was fear in his voice that got Izuku to listen, and it was not fear of the bully. Don't do anything rash. Let me handle this. I need to handle this. Izuku looked at Hitoshi for a few seconds and lowered his hand. If you want his quirk, just say so. Hitoshi looked down and shook his head, but he was smiling as he did so. It made Izuku ease a little. Hitoshi might have struggled with Kirishima, but what chance would this guy have if he started a fight? You really should leave, Hitoshi told the bullies. I left you behind. I have no interest in wasting any time on you. Go live your lives somewhere else. The head bully squeezed his fists, but turned a bit towards his friends, seemingly leaving. You will pay for this, he muttered. No, Hitoshi responded calm and cold. We aren't in junior high anymore, and I don't let people like you hold me back anymore. You can't bring me down now, and if you try you're the one who's going to fall. As Hitoshi spoke, he walked around the head bully until he was between Izuku and the bully so Izuku couldn't easily end the bully if he tried something. I used to be alone, and people like you made me hate my quirk. These people changed that. They accepted how I was born. You aren't their problem, and you're not my problem anymore either. The bully waited for long enough to respond to avoid Hitoshi's quirk. And what are you going to do about it? The thing you have always feared I might. The head bully's mouth immediately pressed shut like it was glued, realizing what Hitoshi suggested. He held his fist ready again. Izuku smirked, knowing what was coming. Surprise, Hitoshi said in a regular calm voice. The head bully yelped and jolted like someone had screamed in his ear when the surprise quirk hit. This was followed by him freezing still as Hitoshi's brainwashing caught him. Checkmate, Hitoshi said. Now what should I do with you? You would do something to make my life miserable just for the sake of doing it. Oh, how? One of the other bullies could barely speak. He would never respond to you, the other said. Like? Hitoshi said, this? The remaining bullies reacted to Hitoshi's quirks just as their ringleader had. After a few seconds, Kirishima stepped past Izuku to wave his hand in front of the head bully before staring him in the eyes, their faces almost touching. I still can't wrap my head around how you can do that, but I guess at least this is better than punching them. Coming from you, Hitoshi smirked, it is probably the most positive thing anyone has ever said about my quirk. So, what are you going to do with them now? Hitoshi looked at the trio for a long, quiet moment. Nothing. Abusing my quirk is exactly what they would want me to do, and worrying about them would just hold me back. I'll release them after we leave, and hopefully we won't meet again. What if you do? Todoroki asked from behind the group. Not sure. Ignore them, brainwash them again. Or borrow one of Izuku's lawyers if he doesn't send them to a hospital first. Better be quick then, Izuku said. Hitoshi smiled. Anyway, I have more important things to worry about in my life, and it's not like they are a part of it anymore. I don't want to waste time on them. You don't want to take revenge on them? I'd be lying if I said no, but becoming a successful hero like I want to be is the best way to prove them wrong, and maybe that's enough. At least I don't want to risk any of that because of them. Right? Todoroki said and turned away, seeming thoughtful. With that over, Izuku glanced at the three brainwashed bullies one more time. Toshi, he said, getting the brainwasher's attention, do you realize what you did here? I think I did, but since you are asking, how many times did you use your quirks? What are you twice? Why? Izuku smirked. And how many people did you brainwash? Hitoshi paused and glanced at the brainwashed bullies like making sure he had counted right. You caught 2 of them at once. You've never before managed to brainwash more than 1 at a time. Well, I have only tried anything like that recently. Maybe you just needed some extra motivation, or 3. That's good. Makes you less vulnerable to groups. That is great, well done. Tenya showed a thumbs up. Now, there isn't much of the break left, so I recommend we head for lunch without further delay. Agreed. I'm starving, Kirishima declared. They started moving, leaving the 3 bullies behind, and Izuku, who turned to face the head bully one last time. He leaned next to him to talk into his ear. Your head is pretty foggy right now, but you should remember at least some of this. Stay away from Hitoshi. I could put you in jail or send you to a hospital or take your quirk, or all of the above, but those are the least I could do to you. If I hear you are trying to go after him again in any way, you will pray you got off with one of those, and that will be the last thing you will do, ever. Izuku left the bullies staring into nothing and jogged after the others before they would start asking questions. Chapter 39. Izuku vs. As Izuku got his lunch, he noticed a nice corner table they often used was free and started heading towards it. Izuku, Tenya interrupted him. Yeah, I think we need to find a larger table than that. Izuku looked at the 4-person table again and then at the group around him, 6 people including himself. He smiled. I think you were right. He followed Tenya to a longer table that could have seated half a class. He sat between Tenya and Todoroki opposite Kirishima, who already had his mouth full of a juicy steak. MMH. He mumbled and swallowed. Lunch Rush has really outdone himself today. For sure, Hitoshi said after a single bite. He was sitting next to Kirishima. Perhaps, but we should still remember all of the relevant table manners as UA students, Tenya commented, glancing at Kirishima, who had his mouth full again. More importantly, we should be careful with how much we eat, Izuku said. The final tournament is going to start soon, and you don't want to fight on too full of a stomach. That makes sense, Tenya agreed. Kirishima, on the other hand, looked at his already half-empty plate. Man, I wanted to get seconds. Just looking at all that food is making me drool. You'll survive it, Izuku said while cutting his steak. I keep drooling any time you or Todoroki show off what you can do and have gotten through it so far. Eh. Kirishima looked at Izuku surprised. Todoroki raised his head and Hitoshi smirked. I think that came out a bit wrong, he said just as Izuku started realizing what he had said. He suddenly found his own plate very interesting, but that did nothing to the embarrassment he was feeling. Still, it was out. Well, not exactly. It has happened more since coming to UA with people using their quirks constantly. Just looking at them, especially really strong ones, makes me, well, hungry. Coming to school is like stepping into a buffet after starving for days. So you want to eat Kirishima? Be careful or your teeth might break, Hitoshi said, making Izuku even more embarrassed. It's not like that. It's just that. Well, I think my quirk makes me attracted to strong quirks, like I get hungry when my stomach is empty and I see good food. Ha, Dark Shadow said as he emerged from Tokoyami. I knew you wanted to take me from Fumi. Izuku tensed, as did the others, but Dark Shadow stayed small and non-threatening next to Tokoyami. Good thing you didn't, he continued, and most of the tension disappeared. That seems logical, Tenya said, though people are likely to interpret it badly, especially in your case. We shouldn't talk too loudly. I know, Izuku whispered and glanced at Kirishima and Todoroki. Sorry if that sounds disturbing. I would never act on it. We know that, but can a quirk really do something like that? Like change how you think? I believe so, Tenya said. At least there are hypotheses. They are more than some hypotheses, Izuku said, gratefully distracted from his embarrassment. It might not be the same for every quirk, but there is a connection between how people behave and what quirks they have, though people don't agree on the exact cause. Like for Kirishima, you take things on head-on and don't generally yield or give up. It is the most natural way to use your quirk, but is it because your quirk makes doing that in a fight easy, or because it makes you instinctually behave like that? I've never thought about it like that, Kirishima said. I thought you don't like when people think people's quirk determines how they behave? I don't. Just because your quirk might be able to make you feel one way, or make something more attractive, that doesn't remove your free will. Even in the worst cases, people should get help to deal with the effect, but usually they are just called mad or a villain. After you survive that robot, which could have killed someone when it fell, Izuku waited the last words and stared at Todoroki as he said them. He kept the quiet stare for a few seconds before returning to talk to Kirishima and the rest. I get hungry just looking at you and thinking about your quirk, but that doesn't mean I would choose to take it. I hope. The last words were barely audible. Tokoyami likes dark probably because Dark Shadow prefers it, but he still lives in daylight like the rest of us, and Toshi has a really sharp tongue. But he can control what he says to different people rather than trying to provoke everyone, most of the time. Now that you say that, they do really fit their quirks. No wonder you are so interested in studying quirks then, Hitoshi added. But should I be worried you haven't mentioned mine or Tenya's quirk? Don't you think they are strong, or taste good? Tenya shook his head before Izuku responded. I don't think it is like that. I'm just used to it. I didn't get to experience much of your quirks when we met, and then we were already training together. Also, you didn't really even show your quirk to us until the same day you let me. Izuku paused. Taste it. Figures. What better way to deal with hunger than eating? You might be onto something, Tenya said, but it seems a little more complicated than that. If he just wants your quirk, then wouldn't the hunger have returned when he gave your quirk back? You might be taking the comparison a bit too far, Izuku said. I think I just got used to the quirk faster when I could try it. Oh, like eating sweets? Kirishima said. I'm not sure what you mean. Izuku said. Well, if you see a new candy you haven't had before, you really want to try it, and the first one is really good. But if you eat a whole bag, the last one isn't as good anymore, and you don't want to try another bag as much. Also, you need to spend a lot more time at the gym afterwards. That, Izuku started, that actually sounds surprisingly right. So we are like bars of chocolate now, and you want to constantly try new tastes, Hitoshi remarked. Izuku wanted to counter that but could only smirk and give up. If you want to put it that way, I just hope I don't get distracted by the new tastes when they try to punch me in the face. Is it really that bad? Kirishima asked, genuine concern in his voice, though he might have just been worried he couldn't get as good of a match. It usually hasn't been, but with that robot there was a moment I couldn't focus on the race. Oh, Kirishima looked down. I'm sorry. Izuku blinked and considered slapping the redhead for blaming himself like that, but he was too slow. Kirishima's head jumped up, and he put his hand on the table in front of Izuku, who could only stare at it. You said it isn't as bad with quirks you have tried. Really? Was all Izuku could say, and even that was barely a whisper. If all you need is a taste, then why not? I need it back before the tournament. Izuku was tearing up, barely holding back the flood as he grabbed the offered hand. Kirishima's grip was unsurprisingly tight. You know, we haven't yet seen which one would win in arm wrestling, Kirishima said, a lot more emotionally stable than Izuku. Izuku brushed his eyes with his other arm. Yeah, we'll have to find out about that. Okay, it's done. Kirishima let go off Izuku and looked at his hand. His whole arm shook a little as his muscles tensed, but his skin remained normal. So it works by tensing your body. Yeah, sort of. You have to tense your skin, not the muscle. I can't explain it any better. Izuku pulled up his sleeve and tried to do as advised. After a few tries, part of his skin hardened for a second and only slightly. He focused on repeating how that felt, and suddenly something snapped and his arm hardened. Yeah, just like that. With a few more tries, Izuku managed to repeatedly harden and unharden his arm, and even widen the hardened area. His entire body shook as he tried to use the quirk everywhere. It can be harder to harden a larger part of your body and keep it up, Kirishima explained. Everything is always hard with you, Hitoshi said. I mean, yes, Kirishima said. Yes, Izuku celebrated as he could feel his entire body change, though it was still shaking from strain. Wow, you actually did it this quick, Kirishima said, really manly. So how do you like your quirk dessert? Hitoshi asked. Izuku's skin returned to normal, unable to maintain the quirk any longer, but the smile on his face was so wide one could have thought he had a stretching quirk. Great. Really, really great. I feel stronger than ever, like I could be hit by a truck and the truck would lose. I think Kirishima has already established that much, Hitoshi said. Still hungry? Not as much, Izuku said as he repeatedly flexed his arm to harden and unharden it. Now how did you? He held his fingers together like Kirishima did sometimes and tensed a little more around them. His hand hardened into shape like a rocky sword. As it did, he kept an eye on Hitoshi's reaction, or lack of one as it turned out. You've kept up with your treatment. Huh, oh right, yeah. At least with Kirishima, it doesn't really have that impact anymore, Hitoshi responded. Good, good, Izuku said, offering his hand to Kirishima. Maybe I should buy him too a second quirk. Kirishima stopped mid-motion to grab Izuku's hand, and rest of them just stared at Izuku, well, everyone except Hitoshi, who was shaking his head. You keep talking about it so casually. You should understand how big deal it is to everyone else. I know. And you'd need people willing to sell their quirks, which is equally big deal to them. It's possible you might not even get any offers. He already did. Todoroki spoke for the first time during the meal. He did? Everyone else asked. You already have a new quirk? Hitoshi continued. Well, no, Izuku corrected. I still need to arrange the payment and contract and things to make sure I don't get in trouble later, especially since she is another student and her parents might not be as excited for this as she is. That is very wise and considerate, Tenya nodded. It wasn't my idea. Dad told me to check with his lawyers before buying anyone's quirk. They worked the whole night before being confident enough to instruct me on how to arrange these trades. So what kind of quirk is it? Kirishima asked as he finally remembered to grab Izuku's hand. She called it Zoom. It is a vision-enhancing quirk that lets her see further away. Could be really useful if I ever need to follow someone from a distance. Nice. Izuku, Tenya interrupted. While we are all eager to know more, we don't have much time. You should eat while you still can. With Tenya's dedication to keep them on schedule, they arrived back at the stadium with time to spare as they were gathered on the arena. Soon midnight got back to the podium. Welcome back, everybody. It is finally time for the first year's final round of competitions, the fighting tournament. The remaining competitors will fight in a series of one-to-one battles until one person surrenders, is unable to continue, or leaves the arena. For safety, the fights are also monitored by myself and today's judge Cementos. If we deem the fight is over, both fighters must stop immediately. Use of quirks is naturally permitted. Does everyone understand the rules? There was a complete silence among the remaining competitors. Izuku made sure to memorize the point about quirks word for word. Now, we have randomly selected the fights for the tournament roster. Are you ready to see who you are going to face? This time there were some reactions among the students at least. Izuku was satisfied just staring at the large screen and waiting. Well, here it is. The pyramid structure of the tournament appeared on the screen. Izuku's lips fell from an almost smile into a frown. Well, my sports festival is over, Hitoshi said. I wished I could at least show how useful my quirk can be. The first match of the tournament was Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinso, and after all their training, neither had any delusions on which one of them was going to win as long as Izuku remembered to keep his mouth shut. Izuku leaned closer to Hitoshi to whisper to him, "Do you want to win this fight? People need to see how your quirk can stop people." Hitoshi was quiet for several seconds before whispering back, "Remind me to slap you when 1,000,000 people aren't watching. Even if you mean, well, how do you think I would feel if you gave up because of me? It isn't just about winning or not. People are looking into this tournament to offer internships." The answer is still no. If you aren't going to let Todoroki fight with less than his best, don't even think about doing any less yourself. Izuku didn't respond but leaned back with feelings he couldn't quite place, pride perhaps, but also deep sadness and fear. "You should focus more on your second fight," Hitoshi said. "Depending how Yoroza does, you might get to face off with Monoma. You were interested in him, right?" "Yes, but if he acts like last time, you get to punch him in the face completely legally." "Well, that is true. You still need to learn how to see the silver lining with things like this." "You call knocking people's teeth out a silver lining?" "Depends on the person, but for the record, I didn't say anything about anyone's teeth." Both of them were well aware that the topic of their discussion was standing right behind them. "Everyone except the first two contestants, please leave the arena. We will start the first match in a moment," Midnight announced. "Good luck, man," Kirishima told Hitoshi as he passed by. "Thanks, I'll need it." Not long after, Izuku and Hitoshi were facing each other in the middle of the arena. "Begin," Midnight announced. Hitoshi held his fists up as Izuku had taught him. "Try not to whoop my ass too badly," he said. Izuku didn't respond. It was worth trying. "Well, get on with it. Try not to make it too embarrassing of an ass-kicking. Better get it over quickly." He seemed so sad and resigned to his fate that Izuku wanted to say a lot of things to him, but he wasn't going to fall for that trap, especially since there was clear exaggeration in that sad resignation to his fate, right? Hitoshi knew exactly where his best chance to catch Izuku off guard was, but if he wanted a fair fight, no matter how it would end, that was what he was going to get. "Fine, I guess we have to do this for real," Hitoshi said. "I could try using Bakugo to provoke you, but that might just make you punch me harder." Without waiting for a response that wasn't coming, Hitoshi charged. He was moving a lot faster than just a few months ago, and that also applied to the punch he threw towards Izuku's face. It never connected as Izuku dodged, and Hitoshi staggered back as Izuku's response emptied his lungs. He didn't have enough time to attack again or get away as Izuku grabbed his arm too slow and pulling back after that punch. Hitoshi's feet left the ground as Izuku flipped him over his shoulder. Hitoshi never got to catch his breath after that first punch as his back hit the floor, emptying rest of the air in his lungs. Hitoshi let out a loud squawk followed by a gasp of air and quiet whimpers. Izuku froze, still his grasp of Hitoshi's arm failing. He took a step back. Midnight approached them. "Shinso, can you continue to fight?" Hitoshi pushed up to his side with one arm, gasping a few times. "Yeah." A few seconds later, he had his feet back under him and got back standing up. "He can still continue," Midnight announced and backed away. "Remember to not overextend," Izuku reminded Hitoshi. "You aren't fast enough to avoid my counterattack if you leave yourself so open for one. We've trained that for to let the audience distract you from the fight. When did this become a lesson?" Izuku couldn't respond immediately, of course, and by the time it would have been safe, Hitoshi was attacking again. To his credit, his punches were now much more controlled and somehow a little faster. Most importantly, there wasn't just one. Izuku had to actually focus to avoid and block all of the attacks while looking for an opening. As soon as he found one, he didn't even need to think as his body moved without thinking, guided by combat instinct honed by his father's training and brought his fist into a meeting with Hitoshi's face. The barrage of punches ended immediately, and Hitoshi staggered back holding his face with one hand. This time he stayed on his feet though. "I told you," Izuku said. "I don't punch you for fun. If you want me to fight you seriously, it should at least help you improve." Hitoshi blinked a couple of times while staring at Izuku. Izuku stepped closer about to attack. "One more punch like that, and I'll forget the previous lessons." Izuku stopped mid-step. Before he could finish the step, Hitoshi's fist was already approaching his nose. Izuku's training made him move without thinking again and dodge, but Hitoshi's follow-up punch connected with his stomach. It wasn't much compared to a Nomu's punch, but Izuku also wasn't Kirishima and grimaced a little. It wasn't enough to slow him, though. After all the training to hone his combat instinct, he didn't even need to think to return the favor except twice and harder. Hitoshi bent over from the force of the impacts. While he was still gasping for air, Izuku swept his legs from under him. Hitoshi had another meeting with the floor this time, falling on his stomach and face. Izuku quickly lowered his knee against Hitoshi's back, grabbed his arm and held it behind his back, just below the point where it would have started really hurting Hitoshi. If Hitoshi was unable to continue the fight, Izuku wouldn't need to hurt him anymore. Hitoshi struggled but couldn't get up and out of Izuku's hold. The stadium had fallen completely quiet. "It's okay," Izuku whispered. "They saw you can fight. You don't need to make this any more painful." Midnight came to them and started counting. 10, 9. "That how lowly you think about me?" Hitoshi stabbed Izuku's "here" or said in sad voice, but it felt like the former. Izuku hesitated. "Now let go." The surprise quirk struck like a hammer. With the real emotion in the situation, it hit even harder than usually. Izuku jolted back and barely stopped himself from responding verbally by slapping a hand on his mouth. Before the shock waned, he got air kicked out of his lungs, and the next moment Hitoshi wasn't under him anymore. A shadow moved across the floor, sparking Izuku to roll out of the way of Hitoshi's feet, coming down on him quickly. He pushed with his hands and bounced back to his feet. He got another shock seeing Hitoshi stare at him angry. Had that even happened before? "Both of us know how this is probably going to end, but until you actually beat me, stop acting like I'm any more easily breakable than anyone else here. That I couldn't take the pain of a single tournament. I might be weakest in our group, but have just as much right to get a real fair fight as anyone else here, and if I'm going to lose, I want to at least lose to someone taking me seriously." Izuku had to force himself to meet Hitoshi's stare. He sighed and raised his fists again. After the window for brainwashing was gone, he responded.
"Okay, I'm sorry."
"I promise I'll beat you seriously." He charged at Hitoshi, who surprisingly dodged his first punch, thought not the second. Hitoshi did his best to defend and had some success, but he didn't get a chance to attack. That didn't mean he didn't try. After barely ducking under one punch towards his face, he tried to move under it to attack Izuku, only for his chin to meet Izuku's knee in an automatic response. Inevitably, he kept backing away or staggering, as the case was most of the time. That wasn't enough, though. After a particularly nasty hit, blood started bleeding from his mouth. Hitoshi staggered longer than before to steady his footing, gasped, and spat more blood. Izuku forced himself to not look away in shame, but he started noticing the noises around him. Individual people in the audience were surprisingly audible and understandable, considering the size of the stadium. "Then stop acting like a villain. If you are so good, just send him out of bounds. Stop toying with the guy and end this match." "Yeah, you heard the guy." So now actually fighting properly in the tournament made him a villain. Of course people would have preferred to see Izuku lose and embarrassed. His thoughts were interrupted when Aizawa's voice came from the speakers. "Where is the man who started this uproar? Are you a pro?" How he had heard anything all the way in the room he was narrating from seemed even larger mystery than where Izuku hid his notebooks. "Because if you are being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career if you cannot distinguish respect and self-control from villainous violence." If Midoriya could simply and safely throw Shinso out of bounds, he would have done so from the beginning. If only it had been so easy. Izuku glanced past Hitoshi at the edge of the arena they had been moving towards since the beginning. Those two are the best of friends. Despite the apparent skill gap between them, Shinso is the worst possible opponent to Midoriya. I would not be surprised if Shinso had to demand him to fight this seriously. If anyone attacked Shinso like this outside of the tournament, Midoriya would be the first one hunt down the attacker. Hell yeah, he would be, and that made Izuku hate every punch even more. The fact he has let the fight continue this far means he respects his opponent's skill and could not end the fight cleanly faster, at least not without unacceptable risk of more severe injury. You should not mistake his strength as weakness on Shinso's part. That might have been the nicest thing the man or almost anyone had said about Hitoshi. Of course, that only matters if you care about their actual abilities and actions. Seems like you are only looking for more excuses to call Midoriya a villain or dismiss Shinso as weak because of his non-physical quirk that you cannot see working, since Midoriya is also the worst opponent Shinso could face, being the most experienced with his quirk and how to avoid it. This is a fight of minds and self-control as much as physical ability. The man had certainly paid attention. Izuku wasn't sure whether to be happy or worried, but if it made even one person reconsider their attitudes, Izuku would take it. Unfortunately, he still had to finish this fight. Hitoshi was only a few steps away from the edge. If they kept fighting like they had, he would soon step over. Hitoshi spat blood again, and his eyes didn't seem to focus well as he looked at Izuku. Then again, strong enough push might end the fight right then. Izuku charged, pretending he was about to throw just another punch, but at the last moment, he moved his hands to grapple and push Hitoshi. Next instant, Hitoshi was just a little bit to the side, moving surprisingly quickly. Though it seemed to be at the cost of his balance, Izuku observed. Also, he was smirking. That thought almost cost Izuku, as he failed to follow his own advice about not overextending. Despite his unsteady state, Hitoshi reached out quickly enough to get a hold of Izuku's shirt and yank Izuku towards the edge while he himself fell away from it. Clever, Izuku muttered as the edge approached. He was going to fall right on it, far enough to lose. If he was in the festival just for the competition, he would have gladly fallen out with Hitoshi, getting an earned victory. Unfortunately, there were things he still wanted to achieve, and more importantly, he had made a promise to a friend. As Izuku was falling, he twisted around enough for his back to face the floor, at least in an angle. At the last fraction of a second, his shoulder-mounted jet flared through the slits sewn on his shirt. At that point, he didn't have enough time or control to get straight back on his feet, but the short burst of thrust turned him enough to land fully in the arena, and from there he bounced quickly back up on his feet with a flip. Hitoshi was slower at doing that and was still on his knee. Damn it, that was my last plan. Izuku waited for the window to brainwash to pass. Don't say that if you can still fight. Yeah, I'm not sure I can. Hitoshi kept his eyes on Izuku as he was supposed to in a fight and pushed up to get back on his feet. The look in his eyes turned hazy only a fraction of a second before he stumbled and fell forward. Izuku moved faster than he had done with any of his attacks during the fight and had to lean next to Hitoshi to catch him just in time. Toshi, are you okay? Talk to me. At least I now know how much you held back while punching us for training, Hitoshi answered quietly. Izuku opened his mouth to criticize Hitoshi for joking about his health. He snapped it shut, remembering to watch out for tricks, but immediately cursed that this contest made him suspect Hitoshi.
Dos.
He started. Hitoshi shifted suddenly to turn his head away. After a few gags, vomit burst out of his mouth and on the arena, barely missing Izuku. All Izuku could do was to turn and shift to better support Hitoshi as Hitoshi's stomach emptied. As the stinky flow ended, Hitoshi raised his head, the simple action seeming to take much effort. Either Midnight has an identical sister, or there is something wrong with my eyes. Izuku breathed in sharply and quietly cursed himself. He looked at Midnight, who arrived to check on them. You have to end this fight. He needs to see Recovery Girl. Midnight looked at Hitoshi and even kneeled to meet him on the same level. Shinso, are you? No, Hitoshi responded and gagged up some more vomit straight on her feet. I can't fight anymore. Is the arena supposed to spin like this? It seems faster than when we were fighting. Midnight nodded and stood up. Hitoshi, Shinso can no longer fight. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku didn't bother listening to the audience reaction. It barely existed in his consciousness, almost as if he had used calm mind. He shifted, ready to pick up Hitoshi over his shoulders like at USJ. Don't worry, he said. It is over now. I'll get you to recovery, girl. She is going to make you feel better. Wait, Hitoshi whispered. I need to walk off the arena. Toshi, you can't even stand straight. I know, Hitoshi paused, but I don't want to look like a bag of rice with so many people. Please. That magic word from Hitoshi was almost as effective on Izuku as the brainwashing. Okay. Izuku stood next to Hitoshi and moved his arm under Hitoshi's arms to support him. He could feel Hitoshi's weight shifting from pressing against him to pulling away and back as Hitoshi struggled to remain upright. Izuku braced himself against Hitoshi to prevent that struggle from being visible as much as possible.
I'm sorry.
I tried to fight for real, but maybe too real. It's supposed to be just a competition, but Izuku, Hitoshi whispered. Shut up. This is what I asked for. You wouldn't have gone any softer at Tenya, let alone Ijiro. Well, not Kiri's. Ijiro, but with Tenya I should at least watch hitting the head. Well, I didn't do that. You never hit my head. Doesn't mean I didn't try. How are you feeling? I think the arena is spinning the other way now, but at least I have 3 of you for a crutch. I think that is the best part of this whole thing. Toshi, Izuku said, trying to speak in a reprimanding tone, but failed to change the tone of worried sick in his voice. I mean, who wouldn't like to have 3 Izukus around? Well, besides Ojiro, Bakugo, Death Arms, most of the audience here, media, not sure about Mr. Aizawa. I think one of you is plenty enough for him. The man doesn't get enough sleep as is. Hitoshi fell quiet for a moment. Just happy I didn't need to fight all 3 of you. I wish I didn't need to fight the one of you. You know I'm glad you did. That's just the concussion talking.
Noi.
We both knew you were stronger. I learned to fight from you, and you are always the one coming to my defense. Those are some of the best things about you. Hitoshi fell quiet for a moment. I know punching isn't everything there is to being a hero, and we are still training, but a lot of the time I don't feel like that with you guys. Even as we have kept training, I only feel weaker. Sometimes, especially at USJ, I just felt like another burden you needed to carry. No, you literally had to carry me out of there, Hitoshi interrupted. The thing is, I can't change that, at least not quickly. It takes time to get better or stronger, but I don't want you to feel you'd need to hold back or slow down for me, at least more than with everyone else. Even if I was going to lose, I wanted it to be a real fight for you. At least show I could take a punch if nothing else. Hitoshi choked and spat blood. Didn't go that well. No, actually, honestly you did better than I expected, Izuku sighed. I feel bad about saying that. Maybe you are right that I haven't believed in you enough. The truth is I'm scared. There are a lot of dangerous people out there. No matter how much we train, it never feels enough. How did you put it? You'd rather put me in a hospital than a morgue. You are really man of your words. I never wanted it to go this far. Izuku glanced behind them. They had already entered the corridor to the arena and were deep enough to not be seen. Izuku leaned down and hoisted Hitoshi onto his shoulders. Hey, people can't see us anymore. You made your point already. Even if you can walk, you shouldn't push it if you don't have to, Izuku said. Hitoshi sighed and slumped against Izuku's shoulders, lacking the strength to resist what was going on. His opposition was quiet enough that approaching footsteps were clearly audible over it. Oh, who we have here, Monoma said, announcing his presence. Class A's great thief and the friend he pummeled. What did you say about people not seeing us again? Hitoshi muttered. Have to say I didn't expect that level of brutality. At least not towards a supposed friend. You should watch your words talking about things you don't have any idea of, Izuku said in a low, threatening tone while giving Monoma a stare only a killer could manage. The annoying blonde tensed and raised his hands up like Izuku had pointed a gun at him. It might not have been the best reaction from Izuku considering his goals for Monoma, but he was currently carrying a bleeding Hitoshi and wasn't exactly in the mood to deal with anything annoying. Monoma kept his hands up as he passed Izuku and Hitoshi under Izuku's stare. As he did, his hand brushed against Hitoshi's hair. If Izuku's hands had been free, he might have grabbed the offending appendix even with the risk of breaking the wrist, but after that initial instinct he thought a little further and let the annoying blonde walk away without consequence. He was Yaoyorozu's problem now. Chapter 40. Healing and Fighting. Izuku kicked open the door to Recovery Girl's on-site reception at the stadium, softly, not willing to risk dropping Hitoshi by letting go off him with his hand. Recovery Girl, we need your help. Yes, yes, Recovery Girl said as she came from behind her desk. I might not sit in the audience, but I do follow the competition. Bring him to bed here. He said the world is spinning and he sees things triple, can't stand straight, vomited, spits blood. As Izuku listed his sins, he did as instructed, lowering Hitoshi onto the bed. Thank you, Medic Midoriya. His tongue still works as well as usual, Izuku said, trying to fake a smile before taking half a step back from the bed. Beyond that, he didn't move even a millimeter from the bedside as Recovery Girl came to the other side. I'll take care of things here. You can join your other classmates watching the tournament. No, Izuku said, his voice leaving no room for arguments. I'd rather stay here, at least until everything is okay. Hitoshi chuckled quietly. Don't bother trying to tell him no. You'd have more success trying to win a staring contest against Mr. Aizawa. Been there, done that, Recovery Girl said. Glad to see someone here at least takes injuries seriously rather than ignoring risks, thinking the old lady can always fix them. You can still fix him, right? Oh, usually I can, but that doesn't mean people should automatically assume that about everything. Remember what I told you about trying to heal injuries to the brain when you first visited me? Izuku was about to answer yes, but his eyes dropped to Hitoshi, and he started mentally counting how many times he had hit Hitoshi to the head, only now starting to realize how many it was. His training had been more about turning Nomu brains into mush than avoiding concussions on people after all. That knee to the chin wouldn't have helped either. His worries grew with rapid yelps of pain from Hitoshi. Recovery Girl was just gently pressing a hand against his chin as part of checking him up. That's what I was afraid of since I saw that kick. Your chin is broken, probably not too badly, but at least a small fracture. I'm surprised you could talk as well as you have. Izuku's face dropped from the weight of quilt. Every word hurts, Hitoshi admitted. I didn't want to say anything until Izuku left, but I guess that was never going to happen. Recovery Girl sighed and shook her head. Are there any other symptoms you would like to tell us now that we know your friend isn't leaving before you do? Izuku forgot to list migraine. My stomach. Or maybe chest hurt when I breath. That's nothing new when I get punched enough, I think. Maybe a bit worse this time. Do the lights have to be that bright? Where was I? Changes in mental state, Recovery Girl muttered as she moved to feel Hitoshi's ribs. Will he be okay? I can't diagnose or treat him any faster no matter how many times you ask. Well, at least you didn't break any of his ribs. She glanced at Izuku, scanning him for a few seconds before looking at Hitoshi again. Probably didn't come far from that, though. I don't think there is any obvious internal bleeding. Damage behind the pain should be within my ability to heal quickly, but the other symptoms suggest at least a concussion. I will now treat you with my quirk, though being tired by the tournament, its efficiency may be limited by your stamina. Which one of you is talking? Hitoshi asked, his gaze unfocused in Recovery Girl's general direction. I'll use my quirk now, Recovery Girl said, and leaned down to kiss Hitoshi's forehead. The way she used her quirk was unique to say the least, and could get awkward depending on situation. But the quirk itself? Izuku licked his lips. After a few moments, she stood up straight. You should be okay in terms of purely physical injuries. At least it doesn't hurt to talk anymore, just a bit sore. Yes, bones are easy to treat. Have I ever said how amazing your quirk is? Izuku said. No, but thank you, Recovery Girl said. Also no, it is not for sale. I may be old, but I'm not planning to retire yet. So, you watched my speech. Of course I did. I only started getting patience after the first competition started. She held open Hitoshi's eye while shining a light on it. There's a bucket on that side of the bed in case he starts vomiting again, she told Izuku before getting up and facing Hitoshi. I'll get you something to drink, but for now you should rest. Avoid any strain or stress. She walked to an adjacent room, flipping the light switch on the way. All lights in the room turned off, leaving them in the dim light coming through the doorway. Hitoshi sighed. Izuku pulled a chair to sit next to him. So, I broke your chin. Izuku, Hitoshi whispered, lean closer. Izuku did as he was asked. Hitoshi's arm rose and swung in the general direction of Izuku's head. He could have dodged the sloppy move rather easily. He didn't and got slapped to the cheek. Hitoshi closed his eyes, shifting for a more comfortable position. I knew how you would feel about that. That's why I didn't say anything.
But, no buts.
It's a dangerous career path we are on. If I couldn't take the risk and injuries of a competition, what chance would I have to be a hero? You aren't helping me survive by keeping kids' gloves on in the wrong places. It hurt, but I'm glad you could take them off, at least for a bit. Izuku looked at the floor uncertain if he should argue against Hitoshi or feel ashamed. Hitoshi cleared his throat then gagged. Izuku raised his head then found the bucket under the bedside table to hold it in front of Hitoshi. He gagged for a moment though this time there was just a little spit. I don't think Recovery Girl's quirk worked that well. It's your head, Izuku said. She didn't want me to be alone after the battle training against Bakugo. Izuku tried to cover some of his fear, but couldn't help but imagine worst-case scenarios. His relationship with injury might have been twisted since he received the regeneration quirk, but brain injury was nothing to dismiss. At least you didn't blow up the arena. Unless you have a better healing quirk than Recovery Girl, you probably shouldn't worry about it. Izuku barely managed to not expose himself as Hitoshi came close to the truth. At least he hid his reaction. You don't have one, right? How was Hitoshi so perceptive right after complaining about the room spinning? No, Izuku responded quickly, unless yours. You'll have to explain a little more. Well, your symptoms might be because I punched you in the face. Yes, I would agree on that. But they are pretty similar to when I have gotten extra quirks before I could adapt. I think they might put pressure on the brain as well as the body. So you think taking my quirks might help? Maybe. Izuku lied, dying a little inside. At least the hesitation injected his voice with uncertainty, helping the lie. I really don't know. Just thought, maybe it would make recovering easier. And you'd get to use them in your next match. Toshi, that's not. Just because it wasn't your first reason doesn't mean it isn't true. Izuku lowered his head. You didn't get a good chance to show what your quirk could do because of me. So you'd better make it look good. I want a decent internship. Hitoshi raised his hand, but this time not to slap Izuku. Izuku took his hand onto his own, but with much more hesitation than usually, not because he hesitated taking Hitoshi's quirks, but what he was about to give in return. The regeneration was no regular quirk even before considering that it was an artificial copy. Whilst other quirks moved at Izuku's whims, the regeneration was like a mass of half-molten rubber, sticking to everything it touched. He had to drag, push, and shake it off to get it moved after taking Hitoshi's quirks. As the quirk transferred, Izuku suddenly felt more vulnerable than he had remembered ever feeling. Afterwards, he didn't let go of Hitoshi's hand, worried at Hitoshi's reaction to the harsh quirk. How are you? Izuku said. Hitoshi's soft smile suddenly disappeared, and his eyes widened before he jolted forward and threw up on the bucket Izuku was still holding. Toshi? Hitoshi didn't respond, barely able to breathe between vomiting and choking. Once there was definitely nothing left in his stomach, he started gasping. Izuku held his hand tighter, internally debating if it was better to take the regeneration back already or give it more time. How long had it taken with his own injuries? Hitoshi's eyes started turning around, and he slumped back on the bed with Izuku not having free hands to catch him. Izuku grabbed the regeneration quirk and started pulling it off Hitoshi like it was a constrictor snake choking him. What is going on there? Recovery Girl called from the next room. Izuku just finished forcing the quirk back when she entered the room. Upon seeing unconscious Hitoshi, she rushed to his side, barely putting aside the cups of water she carried rather than dropping them. What happened? He vomited and fainted. I heard that. Anything else, especially before that? I took his quirks, Izuku said. Technically, he wasn't lying. UTY. He has an extra quirk and the symptoms that can cause are a bit similar. I see, Recovery Girl interrupted. Did you consider that the transfer itself might put a strain on him? He hadn't. Will he be okay? Izuku asked quickly. I will not blame yourself, or I'll slap you again, Hitoshi said. He had opened his eyes and their glare had gotten all its usual sharpness back. Especially since it seems to have worked. I feel a lot better. Izuku sighed of relief, and that he didn't even try to hide as he finally let go off Hitoshi. That is quite interesting. Look this way, Recovery Girl said, and then looked at Hitoshi's eyes while flashing a light at them. Very interesting. Good interesting, or? Izuku asked. Very good it seems, Recovery Girl paused. But it is best if you don't try to give the quirks back yet, and not without myself being present. Is that understood? No more surprises? Yes, Recovery Girl-san. Izuku and Hitoshi responded at the same time. Good. Now Shinso needs to rest, and Midoriya, you should follow the fights of your future opponents. Izuku hesitated. I don't see any immediate danger anymore you should worry or feel bad about. You should go, Hitoshi agreed. You might still see how the second fight ends. It should be over already, Izuku said as he relented and got up. Monoma won. How do you know that? You might not have noticed it, with your head spinning and all, but he touched you when we passed him. And you let him keep his hand after that? Hitoshi asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku shrugged and smirked. I figured I wouldn't need to be the only one to show people how strong your quirk is. Hitoshi's expression became like a mirror image of Izuku's. He is going to be extra annoying after that. You should go knock some sense into him. I will. Just not too hard. I don't want to share a room with him. I too would appreciate that, Recovery Girl said. I'll do my best. See you after the tournament. I'll try to get off bed by the time you get your medal. I believe that is my decision to make, Recovery Girl said. Now Shu, go. Izuku actually smiled as he stepped into the corridor. Not something he would have expected a few minutes earlier. As expected, Yaoyorozu was already there stepping back into the stand right before Izuku. She was holding her own arm and looking down, looking embarrassed despite their classmates' encouragement. Tenya was the first one to notice Izuku. How is Hitoshi? Well, I hope. Better now, it seems, Izuku responded and sighed. It could have been worse. I think there are some things that we have to talk about with more time and privacy. Tenya nodded, sensing the seriousness behind Izuku's voice. Was helping that Class B guy your idea? Ojiro asked loud enough to get their classmates' attention, especially Yaoyorozu's. Not really, Izuku responded. I just didn't stop him. So, you let your classmate lose. She lost herself. If she paid attention, she should already have known Monoma is a quirk copier and been more careful. Izuku paused and showed Ojiro an evil smirk. You never know what quirks the person you are talking to might have. Ojiro tensed and his mouth snapped shut. Izuku didn't care to give him any attention after that. You are right, of course, Yaoyorozu admitted. I was too focused on making sure he couldn't touch me to consider he already had copied a quirk. How long did it take from him to figure out Toshi's quirk? I think he tried to use it at least 10 times as I kept foolishly responding to his provocations. 10 times, and without any advice, Izuku muttered, a notebook at hand. That is impressive. Either he is more intelligent with understanding of quirks than he lets out, or could the quirk itself give him a natural understanding of the quirks he is using? Both would make sense. Mutter, mutter, mutter. Those two just keep going. Present Mike declared from the speakers. How long can they continue like this? One of them has to break eventually, right? Physically, yes, Aizawa agreed. But clearly neither of them intends to give up before that happens. Izuku's head perked up. How is Kirishima doing? It is difficult to say, Tenya responded. They are very evenly matched and equally unyielding, so that Tetsu's quirk could compete with Kirishima's. Izuku licked his lips as he stepped past his classmates to see properly. It was just as Tenya described. They were basically taking turns punching each other and seeing who lasts longer. It was an effective way to impress people with their quirks, but Izuku frowned, disappointed at Kirishima's straightforward way to fight. Sure, it might have worked on most people, but against someone that could take his punches as well as he should have known better. Where was all the agility he had displayed when Izuku made him train without using his quirk? He should be doing better, Izuku said and sat down. Harsh, Kaminari commented. No, Tenya said. Analysis. Oh, can he analyze who is going to win? If they keep at it like this, no. I don't know enough about their limits to determine who is going to break first, Izuku said. But if Kirishima fights smarter like I know he can, then him probably, though I could say much the same about the other guy. They watched as the two thick-skinned fighters kept hammering at each other with force that made the viewers' bones ache. Izuku distracted himself thinking of how to chew Kirishima up without breaking his teeth during their training for falling back into the punch and get punched until someone breaks strategy. Hold on. It seems Kirishima is struggling, Present Mike narrated. Indeed, the redhead had backed away from contact with Tetsu, and if Izuku squinted his eyes, he could just barely distinguish changes in Kirishima's skin as he wasn't maintaining full hardening everywhere constantly. At least that's what it seemed like. But it was hard to say as only his head and face were visible. Izuku got up and stepped to the railing as if that made any difference in how well he could see. He wished he already had Hatsume's quirk at that moment. Tetsu's smirk was visible even from the distance, though as he said something to Kirishima. Kirishima made no moves in response. Tetsu charged and attacked with wide, excessively large swing. With his physique and quirk, the punch was certainly powerful, more than just dangerous if Kirishima's hardening failed at the critical moment. But Kirishima's going to win, Izuku said. As he was speaking, Kirishima bent and ducked under the attack with great speed and flexibility. His arm hardened again and shot up right into Tetsu's chin. The punch had enough force to knock Tetsu off his feet, as his entire body moved upward and his feet fully left the ground. Before he could touch the ground again, Kirishima grabbed his arm and pulled him down, slamming Tetsu on his stomach on the floor. Kirishima jumped on Tetsu, twisting both of Tetsu's arms behind his back. What just happened? Ishido asked. I've never seen Ijiro fight like that. Because you've only seen him rely on his quirk too much, Izuku said. It is not uncommon with people who have strong quirks, though it is a bit strange for him to do it considering how hard it has been for him to admit his quirk is strong. I know what you mean, Ishido said. I think he just isn't yet used to it. He has changed a lot in the past year or two. He didn't used to be that strong, and his quirk wasn't very impressive. It was more like a thin, rocky sheet on his skin he could barely hold on to for his whole body. A lot of kids at school actually used to bully him for having a weak quirk. Weak? Kaminari interrupted. Are we talking about the same person here? My bones hurt just from watching that fight. Yes, Ishido said. Something happened to him in the middle school. He had always dreamed about being a hero and tried to help people, but suddenly he spent every waking moment training, and it really had an impact. I still remember one really hot day when some of the boys decided to play shirtless in sports class. Ishido stared into the empty air, and while it was hard to distinguish on her naturally pink skin, she seemed to be blushing. Suddenly she jolted and started stuttering. I mean, his training really paid off, and his quirk seemed to change at the same time. That was one of the things he showed off that day. I haven't seen him bullied since, at least not for weakness. Hopefully not, Izuku said. But if it had lasted for a long time, it might still be impacting his confidence. Maybe. The winner is Ijiro Kirishima from Class 1A. Midnight declared, standing next to Kirishima and Tetsu, who had failed to escape the redhead's hold. Izuku was already taking notes. He never mentioned how much his training impacted his quirk. Part of it is probably him getting hit with something. But since the quirk impacts the physical structure of his body, its efficiency is probably heavily determined by the state of his body. So, if he is physically stronger, his quirk gets stronger? Ishido asked. Seems logical. Trained muscles are not just stronger but harder and denser than untrained ones, let alone fat. So if the quirk enhances his hardness relative to where he is when not using it, the effect would be more pronounced as he got physically stronger. I can vouch for that. Do you know anything else my notes might be missing? Maybe. I don't know what you have notes on, but what's in it for me? She gave a smile, trying to make it seem innocent. I'm not sure there is anything I can offer, Izuku said, and thought for a few seconds. Maybe a temporary access to the beach club where we train with him, in a proper attire, for a beach. Yes, she was definitely blushing. Her natural skin tone couldn't hide that. It took her a few seconds to get back the ability to speak. That sounds very nice. I mean, I'd love to visit a beach club sometime. Weekend afternoons. Maybe some weekend afternoon. The weather has been nice recently. What did you want to know again? Let's start with details about progression of his strength, both physical and quirk. It might give us a better idea of his future potential and what kind of progress our training should reach. Izuku and Ishido were still chatting when Kirishima returned from the arena. So that's the first time he got hit by a baseball bat? No, the first time one broke hitting him. I see. Was it wooden or carbon fiber? How should I know? All I know is that the boy using the bat went to see the nurse. How strong was he? Not bad for his age, but by then Ijiro always beat him in arm wrestling, even without his quirk. Not surprising, Izuku muttered and glanced up.
Ah, Ikirishima.
Hi, Kirishima responded as his eyes switched between Izuku and Ishido. What are you doing? Well, you see talking, Ishido stuttered. I bribed her to tell what she knows about your progression with your training and quirk to better map your progress and potential. Hopefully it helps our training, Izuku said without a stutter. It was the truth. All he needed to do was to skip how he bribed her and why it worked. Kirishima would realize it himself eventually, probably. Oh, good job adjusting your fighting style to your opponent. Thanks, I was so excited I almost forgot. I noticed. Have to fix that. You're coming tomorrow, right? Of course. Training at your place is great, and the beach is even better with this weather. Ishido blushed a little again, but Kirishima was too oblivious to notice. It sure is. Let's continue our talk with Kirishima after the tournament, Ishido. Yes, okay. Izuku returned to his seat, leaving Kirishima to wonder why Ishido seemed to behave so strangely. The next match was between some Class 1B students Izuku wasn't familiar with, Kaibara and Tsuburaba. The winner would face Kirishima on the second round and might fight Izuku on third, though he doubted that. Based on their reactions to present mixed introductions, Tsuburaba was the one with brown hair and Kaibara the one with black hair. It was enough for Izuku to keep track of them. As soon as the match started, Kaibara charged at his opponent and his hand began spinning. The hand spun so fast it was indistinguishable as a hand and seemed more like a drill. Tsuburaba didn't even try to evade, but Kaibara's attack stopped mid-air. There was something barely distinguishable in the air that was blocking the attack. Kaibara didn't let that slow himself, though, and quickly moved around it only for the same thing to happen, and this time Tsuburaba moved to counterattack with a punch. He was too slow and got blocked by a spinning arm. Tsuburaba yanked his hand quickly back, barely creating another transparent barrier between them as Kaibara moved to attack again and was stopped again. His attempts to move around the obstacle was stopped by new ones until he had walked all the way around Tsuburaba. Tsuburaba seemed to say something to his opponent, confident behind his defenses. It was certainly useful quirk, but what were its limitations? Izuku kept taking notes without even looking at the notebook. Kaibara apparently wasn't too confident on the endurance of that defense, as he started punching the transparent barrier repeatedly. When that didn't seem to work, he pressed his spinning hand against the barrier, using it like a drill. If his hand didn't turn into mush from that effort, his quirk had to have secondary reinforcing effects beyond spinning, even though that's a good trick. Tsuburaba seemed increasingly confident, failing to hold any kind of battle-ready stance inside his barriers. Then Kaibara jolted forward as the barrier broke under pressure. Tsuburaba was only able to jolt back, not prepared to counter Kaibara's attacks. It only took a few hits to bring Tsuburaba on his knees, and quite literally at that. Kaibara is the winner, Midnight announced. Kirishima, Izuku said just loud enough for the redhead to hear him over the audience cheering. What was Tsuburaba's primary mistake? Why are you asking? Because it is a mistake you have natural tendency to do. Oh, his defense wasn't strong enough? No, that is limit of his power relative to his opponent, but not a mistake. His mistake was trusting his defense too much and getting careless, so when it broke, he had no cards left to play. Okay, that makes sense. You're saying that Kaibara guy might be able to break my hardening, so I might have to fight him different. Yes, well, I would bet 10 million yen against him managing to drill through your quirk, but that doesn't mean you can be careless. Oh, I get it. I'll be careful. By the way, who's going to fight next? Todoroki and someone called Aways, Izuku said and looked around. Has anyone actually seen Todoroki? Not since the tournament started, Tenya responded. He never joined us to watch your fight. Izuku looked down towards the arena and brushed his chin. Next up, Shoto Todoroki from Class 1A and Yosetsu Uwais from Class 1B, present mic announced, and the two students stepped onto the arena. So at least Todoroki wasn't missing. Still, as Todoroki stood against his opponents facing towards his classmates, Izuku got a bad feeling. As the match started, Uwais instantly charged against Todoroki, jolting from side to side to make himself a harder target. If he had faced someone else, he could have had a good fight. Todoroki twisted his foot a little, releasing his ice. A lot of it, like a lot. A literal glacier of ice grew out of the arena, reaching and passing their classes' seats just a few meters away and rising higher than the stadium itself, and it all had happened in a matter of seconds. An attack like that could have frozen an entire city block, or two, including everything and everyone in it. Izuku's mouth was hanging open, staring at the wall of ice. He could almost reach from his seat. Tinya nudged his side and whispered, "You are drooling on your notebook." Izuku jolted, looking at his now wet notebook as his mouth snapped shut. He quickly wiped his face to his sleeve, hoping people didn't pay much attention. They didn't appear to. Unsurprising considering the iceberg that had just appeared out of thin air. Two. Midnight tried to speak somewhere behind the ice. Todoroki wins. Izuku shook his notebook, trying to make it at least a little drier as the ice began to evaporate. He stopped to look at it disappear. Creating such a large amount of ice was already impressive, but the power output needed to evaporate the whole thing. If Todoroki really let his quirk loose, it might just melt the stadium and everything in it. Izuku had to swallow some saliva as his stomach churned. "What do you think about this?" Tinya asked. "I underestimated what he can do, by an order of magnitude or two." "What? No, I mean why he would do this? It is quite a serious overkill, don't you think?" "Yes," Izuku admitted slowly, bringing his focus back on the relevant. "Did your talk earlier include anything that might explain it? I don't think I pushed him that hard, but if someone made Todoroki snap, that would be his father. He is somewhere here and not happy after what happened before. Do you think we should be worried?" You should be careful if you have to face him, but it is probably better to try talking with him outside the ring. You can't speak if your mouth is frozen shut. Not a pleasant thought. You saw what he just did. I'll try first." Izuku got up and walked into the corridor after Tokoyami, who went to get ready for his fight after Kaminari's. Once deep enough for some privacy, Izuku leaned against the wall to wait. Todoroki soon turned around the corner. He walked head down, looking at the floor, and walked past Izuku without even noticing him. "Todoroki," Izuku said. The boy in question stopped and turned. "What happened there?" "What do you mean?" Todoroki talked quietly and emotionlessly, like someone who had been stepped on while being unable or afraid of standing up for himself. Izuku recognized that feeling. You almost freezing the entire stadium. Don't pretend you needed to do so to win that fight. Todoroki looked at the wall instead of Izuku. "I was angry. You met your father after lunch." Todoroki didn't respond or move, but the sharp breath he took and coldness that appeared in his eye were all Izuku needed to know. Izuku tried to make his voice as understanding as he could. "Was he angry for coming in second, or for talking with me?" "Both." "Did that really get to you so badly you went overboard with your quirk?" "Part of the reason you joined us for lunch was to annoy him." It wasn't that." Todoroki paused. "He talked about how I would have to be what he made me to be and would be, saying it was going to happen despite my little rebellion, that I should be grateful for the gift of his quirk. He really is despicable, real scum." Todoroki nodded. "Are you planning to do something about it, or just take your frustration out on others?" Todoroki glanced at Izuku with a spark of anger in his eyes, but it quickly waned as his head dropped. "He's my father and the number 2 hero. So, are you going to just take it and hope you somehow randomly get away from under his shadow before snapping badly enough to kill someone who doesn't deserve that?" Izuku asked. "Because you aren't far from that, and I am not talking about getting away from his shadow." "Why do you care?" "I've already told you why. Also, if Tinya and Tokoyami win their first fights, one of them is going against you. I would appreciate it if you didn't bury either of them under a damned glacier." Todoroki sighed and lowered his head in shame. At least he had some chance. "I'll try. Your quirk is even stronger than I thought, both sides of it, and you have already almost killed people twice today. With something like that there is no try, only do, or people will die, assuming I don't confiscate your quirk first. So what do you think I should do? Stand up to him or ignore him. Resist what he wants, but in a way that doesn't shackle yourself. Expose him for what he is to the public. Be your own person and consider what you actually want. Just do anything that goes against what he wants to achieve. Anything other than ruining yourself in his shadow, thinking about him, and feeling pity for yourself. Do you think it is so easy? If it was easy to change things, I would have already changed a lot. That doesn't mean it's not worth doing, but you aren't even trying, except trying to annoy him a bit while ruining yourself. I guess that is a start. And you are going to say I should start by using my fire. It would be best for you. You can't exactly plot your father's downfall if you are holding yourself back because of him. Todoroki looked down and then away as he kept walking. At least he wasn't fighting back. That was progress at least. Izuku hoped.